go off like a weapon. Fuel to the top, got a filled up engine. In my thoughts, obsession. I will not stop, no, I'm never second guessing. I got a God complex. Haters love to hate, but I never feel pressed. Got a lot on my plate, but I never get stressed. I'll take all the pressure like I'm acing this test. Tear it up like I'm Jason. I see the world like it's ready for the taking. I see this place like a game I'm playing. Straight to the bank to collect my payments. No negotiations, it's my way, I was born impatient. And like a damn Freemason, I'll run this nation.
Hey y'all, let me get this down and talk to y'all a minute this morning before we start. Now I have to find out where let's see. Sometimes you do things and you wonder how you did them. Okay, well here, y'all, this morning I got up and I was trying to get ready and I was like, I've got to get ready for this thing. And I told my mom when we got done yesterday, it seemed like it was Thursday. Man, I hope, there it is. Hide it. There we are. Good morning, Idaho. I tried to do something fancy this morning and should not have. So, yesterday was very, very hard. Like I said, it felt like Thursday when it was still Monday because it was so much. But I want y'all to try to remember that the jury knows an awful lot about this story already and seen proof of a whole lot of things. And so, and Emma yesterday admitted that she didn't know, quote, about the affair until he was arrested, but yet she went on vacation with Lori and was talking to her on the dang phone all that time and stuff. You know, no. Well, it doesn't matter. Chad knew where the kids were, and he was talking to Emma every day and did not tell her. He just let her look like a fool. Also, I mean, like I said, the jury has seen so much stuff that we haven't seen already. I had been watching, hovering, going around looking at what other people think about what happened and this and that. And my algorithm sent me a video by a personality disorder doctor. And he doesn't try to make a diagnosis of this, but he picks out some stuff that we don't pick out. And that a jury probably will pick up on. First of all, everybody in the chat yesterday was saying she sounds like a robot. She sounds rehearsed. She sounds like a recording. And sadly, I have listened to so many of these fools talk to my radar for that, I think, is broke a little bit because I've listened to so many of these fundamentalists talk that way till it doesn't even seem unusual to me anymore to hear one of these people talk like Lori, or I call it baby Fundy voice. Don't anybody get insulted about that. But I saw a video about it, and they were talking about Duggars. They were talking about Mama Duggar, I don't remember, Michelle Duggar, that she talks in the baby funny voice. I can't even do it because my voice is too deep. My voice is so deep that I scare Cresha when I want to tell her something. I'm like Brutus Boofing. At any rate, Emma showed some personality traits that were not very happening. She actually acted sadistic towards her mother because she thought it was funny that her mother, I say with a smile, you should go to the doctor. That is just mean. Making fun of your mama. And that's sadistic. And also, she's like, my mom started going to bed at 5 or 6 o'clock. Well, those clogging classes that y'all had for till she died, and the Zoom exercise classes till she died, all were after 5 o'clock at night. So, yeah, she stayed up past 5 o'clock at night. Also, those Relief Society meetings the one she was at when she was trying to come home with extra food while those lazies sat on the couch. Yeah, she stayed up past 5, and the jury knows it already. So, I mean, there's so many things that Emma said that is going to set an alarm bell off in the jury that this girl is rehearsed. And two, the way that all of them said the exactly same thing. Whenever Pryor asked him, he was like, so, have I told you what to say, or have I, like, told you what to not say? You only told me to tell the truth. I mean, it was so scripted. I'm pretty sure the jury was onto it. There may be somebody there that's not. Also, I was just losing my mind, and I have to go back and listen, and I wish we had time to do that this morning. What time is it? We got about 12 more minutes if they come on time. Is the fact that I've got some more stuff. Is that let's just say this. Even though Emma lied to make Chad's story look better, there's enough evidence of all the things she was talking about that all Emma did was make herself look like a hypnotized liar. And this, I want to show that maybe at lunchtime, if Chris, I don't know what's going to happen between now and then, but I'm going to put the link in that, and later today, well, I'll put it in there later. But this guy said it was evident, even in her Dr. Seuss baby Fundy voice, she managed to be sacrilegious and narky and nasty to her mama by saying that she cheated on her Fitbit and called it exercise. She called it exercise. I'm just going to go on and say it. Cheating on your Fitbit is probably like picking your nose. It's not something you're going to share with other people. That's just so ridiculous. I'm just sorry. That's so nasty that she's like thinking that it's a good idea to make her mother look bad in order to keep her daddy alive. And my mama said that. Mama said, well, she's just trying to keep her daddy's from the death. I was like, he ain't going to get no death. Even if he gets it, he ain't going. In fact, he will have a better life if he does get the death penalty. There's not everybody, nobody wants to get rid of the death penalty, but nobody wants to make it better. So if it stays like it is, it just might as well not exist. Excuse me, I got a cough. Oh, Lord, these allergies. Y'all, let me look at some of the comments. It's just crazy. Like I said, if somehow after I watched that personality disorder doctor talk about Emma's Dr. Susie baby Fundy voice and how that probably came off. Well, then on the other hand, they are in Idaho, so maybe a lot of their neighbors talk like baby Fundy voice. I don't know. But I looked up another thing I wanted to talk about is the fact that Emma, I'm going to make myself a little bigger to talk about this craziness. Emma said she had some anxiety. Who here has not anxiety? And yesterday we had anxiety we were on, turned it up to 11 on anxiety. And so she shared this with her mom and daddy. And so her daddy, she felt like she had something in control inside her body. And she asked her mom and daddy, and her daddy had a casting and cast it out. She feels better now. She was possessed, but now she's better. How y'all like that? I'm just going to say this. I looked it up. I mean, I don't. I don't even know how I feel about this. So don't anybody take this as, oh my gosh, that is a line in the sand for me. I'm going to turn this off. I don't know how I feel about any of it. But I looked it up. I was like, just typed it into the Google machine. Of course, we all know that may be biased, but here's what it said. I said, how many people believe in demon possession? Because that's what it amounted to. So, sorry, y'all. My things are all making my ear itch. How many people believe in demon possession? Because if you don't believe in demon possession and you hear her tell that story, well, my daddy cast that demon out and I felt better, you're thinking she's nutso for sure. And if you do believe in that sort of thing, you think, oh my gosh, I think she's demonized again by the way she's acting. I mean, I don't know how to take that. But when she said, how big of a mistake was that for Pryor to even let her say that she was demonized and had to have a demon cast out of her? I swear to tell the truth, I had a demon in me and I got it cast out. No wonder the jury stopped taking notes. OMG. Then, I hope I can remember this. I should take better notes. But, I mean, so the jury knows, first of all, that Daddy told me those children were safe. But we've all seen text messages and back and forth. We know that Chad knew those kids were in the backyard. We know that he knew those kids were gone and that Lori done told people they were dead and all that stuff. We know it. We know that Melanie Gibb was going around telling people, well, when Charles died and this one died, well, I don't know what happened to my layout. Because they were a zombie. Come on now. I never heard of no zombies except for in movies. Come on now. Lord help mercy. The jury, at least half of them thought she was nuts. And the other half thought, oh my God, she's done been demonized. I bet she's a liar. Either way, what kind of outcome was in your head when you saw? Write in the chat right now. What did you think when Emma said that she had a demon in her and her daddy cast it out? Put in the chat, like, what went through your head when you heard Emma say, well, I had a demon and my daddy cast it out. While you are doing that, I want to tell you that also John Pryor opened the door to this light and dark stuff when he talked to Emma about what does light and dark mean. And out of a Daybell mouth came that light and dark has to do with motivation and intentions and all that. And we done heard the whole list, who's 3%, who's 4.1. Oh, we got a 6 over there about people who are dependable and light, got Jesus light in them. Oh, I'm sorry, Jesus, for even bringing you in a sentence with these people. But it's their crazy and it's not ours. Another thing, sometimes we get going off about their religion. And try not to take it personal because these people were really bad. And if you're in their religion, you should want these people to be called out and kicked out because you do not want these people associated with you. Whatever that takes to happen. Now, and once in a while, because this is not just in that church. It's just that these people were in that church. These people were given tithing. They were going to the temple every time they killed somebody. If they had been going down to the chapel for the Methodist or the Baptist, we'd be giving them some hell right now. So, evidently and absolutely, Not everybody of every religion takes part in whatever these crazies are doing. Do I think there might be some Baptists that do this? Yes. Do I think a Methodist might do it? I don't know. Do I think? I don't know. And so I'm not talking about anybody's Presbyterian, no Episcopal, Pentecostal, Reformation, whatever all. If I say something bad about, and I say, well, he was I don't even know when to call. But if I was to say, I'm trying to make up a religion now, I'll just say Scientology, because I think we would all agree to stick a hole in Scientology. So, but if it wasn't Scientology, it was some other religion, evidently not everybody in that religion is bad. And probably, most likely, and absolutely, there are people who in that dang Scientology thing that are mixed up and lost as buckets, and don't have a clue what goes on at the org or with any of it. If you are in the general population of a cult, you do not know what goes on at the top. You do not know all the rules. You do not know all the paperwork involved. And there's paperwork involved, y'all. Yes, there's paperwork involved. I don't know. Maybe you got paperwork down at Jackson Chapel. I doubt it. All right. Oh my gosh. Okay, now it's about time for you, old fella. I say I'm going to quit trying to talk so crazy Southern, and the more I try not to talk that way, the more it comes out. I'm trying to see what else is going on. Okay, I'm going to make myself smaller and our thing bigger. It's the first thing I'm going to do while I hunt around. And I'm going to pull up the Twitter machine and see. I saw that Gigi said earlier today, let's see, that Chad would be wearing a blue shirt because she let's see if I can do that. Oh crap, I can't do nothing right. So I'm going to show that for just a second. See, so there's a Pryor bringing his shirt into. If you're wondering where he gets his clothes, Pryor brings them into him every day. So let me go back, and we don't want to miss the trial trying to fool with these people. And also, let's see. I was going to say, so Nate Eaton is saying that it's day 27 of the trial, and the first person in line this morning was a man from Provo, Utah, who got here at 4 a.m. I arrived at the courthouse around 5:30. Far less people here today compared to yesterday, but the benches are full. So I'm guessing most of those people, I don't know, do you think those people knew that it was going to be those two Daybell kids? Why do we call them kids? Still, why are we calling them kids? Where is my... So, So we're just waiting for them to start. And I'm clicking around trying to get to a window where I can type into y'all. From my StreamYard window, I can see the chat, but if I answer you in that chat, it will register me as difficult research. I don't want to scare her. I don't want to be impersonating her. So I go over to another screen with the same thing going on and type in that chat. It's a whole lot of jumping around. Okay, I'm going to go back and see. Let's see. I was going to put y'all that what he said in the chat, but I can't find it. How? I've got so many windows open that I can't find my way back to. Here we are. The Exhale says, at least you're not speaking Cajun. Remember the dude on the movie Waterboy couldn't understand a word? Well, you know, Kresha is Cajun, and her relatives talk that way. She says sometimes she understands them and sometimes she doesn't. But Kresha is French Cajun, which is, it's, I don't know, they don't seem to care, but they call them coon asses. And and Trehan, that's her name, Trehan. That's a French Cajun name, and my son works for a guy, and his wife was a Thibodeau. She's proud. She's proud to be called a coon ass. Lovely girl. I think she can cook too. I don't know how that goes. Maybe it goes with the French Cajun bloodline, being able to cook. So I'm going to make sure that this is moving along and that I hadn't screwed something up over here. I would like to train myself to have a nicer voice and sound more like Miss Sugarbaker instead of like Honey Boo Boo's mama, but I'm afraid I'll try to change my voice and I'll end up sounding like the Baby Fundy voice, and we can't have that. Oh. And the bad part about it, in a way, I've tuned it out, and I had to re-listen to all that she said. But if I had $1 for every time I saw the word robot yesterday in the chat, or the words coach, scripted, I mean, it came to everybody. Everybody it came off. I was listening to the, what you call that guy, the lawyer, you know. Man, he's got a huge following. Can't imagine how much bank he's making off of YouTube. But, I mean, he's very interesting, and he don't hurt your eyeballs. He said that he felt a lot of compassion, and, you know, he felt sorry for the kids. And if anybody at all believed him, you know, it was some pretty big holes. But I just think that the jury, I hope the jury has it. I think that timeline is so screwy. That timeline is so screwy about who knew what when. Because if you try to, if you go through the timeline of what happened, who knew what when. I'm not talking about who knew what when. I'm not talking about the victims' families when I found out that, or the true crimers when. I'm talking about the people who knew Chad and Lori that were in these group chats and 7 gatherers, and let's have a meeting, a sidebar meeting, whatever it is. Anyways, y'all, I've got Diet Coke in this huge glass with lots of ice, and I have coffee in my Utah cup. Rest in peace, Fred gave me this. He didn't give it to me. His wife had a estate sale, and I said, Fred so much enjoyed that trip to Utah, I'm going to keep that cup. I want it. So, rest in peace, Fred. Fred was not Mormon, I ask. Anyway, Fred may have had pioneer relatives, though. God bless. Anyway, Let me check what Nate's saying over there. Can't believe that first person got there at 4:30. Joseph Murray, Chad's son-in-law, will be back on the stand this morning. I'm gonna put that in the chat so y'all know who's coming. It's like, oh my gosh, y'all. Krisha studies so much, and I'll be like reading and thinking, and I'll go, hey Krisha, guess what I found out? And I'll tell her, and she's like, oh, I know that. She doesn't. She said, I had a hold of that bone months ago. It's like she cannot even speak out all the research she has done. And it's like Pulp Fiction, y'all. Like I said, it's like, what came first? Who knows? So Nate says that Larry and Vicky Hoban, Tammy Daybell's aunt, are in the courtroom today, and that Pryor is chatting with Rob Rood and Ingrid Beatty. Chat is sitting at the defense table alone. Well, poor little chatty boy. Since he's an introvert, he ought to enjoy that dang stuff. Oh, I'm sorry. I've got to get out and speak amongst grown-ups more. Okay, Carolina Herdego says, you're ready to rock and roll with your caffeine. I quit coffee and replaced it with a cup of Coke and ice every morning. My caffeine fix. Well, y'all, where's that coffee? I lost my coffee cup. There it is. Okay, I'm going to admit to it. It's got moonshine coffee creamer in it. There's plenty in there. I haven't drank the whole thing. I've drank about a fourth of the cup. I don't want to get tipsy-hipsy before we start, but I've got it ready so that I won't have to put up with my nerve situation going to like 11. So Hippie Gypsy, Vix Tech says, hey, Kelly. Hippie Gypsy says, Vix Tech, that's funny. Mad Donut. Eric, I agree. 60-minute episode has the most information about Shelley being missing. I don't know about that conversation, but I'll have to check into it. It's funny, y'all. My mom, I went to the bathroom this morning when I woke up, and it was about daylight. And I saw the light under her door, and I thought, what is she doing up this early? So I went in there, and she had some channel on catching up on the true crime. Oh, my God. Who was calling me? We do not need them. So I'm saying I've got messages, but I'm not reading them right now. I was trying to read y'all's messages. Y'all, Trace on the case, and I text each other with some of the others, and crashing this and that. And Tracy had a nightmare because I read these comments so much that I was in the Dollar Tree, and I had her diary and some other people's diary, and I was reading out all their daily indiscretions out in the Dollar Tree. And so every time now I start to read the comments, I get all crazy and think about me telling diary secrets in the Dollar Tree. We love Trace. The X-Files, Donna. I very much can understand Crasher. My family lives in Louisiana, Texas, Mississippi, Alabama. Where is it? Florida Panhandle, New Orleans. Beautiful Southern accent. It really is. It's different. The Southern Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama, that on the coast, New Orleans accent is different than the Northern Mississippi accent. It's just, we're country, they're country, but they have that little French thing on it. And even the people who cannot speak Cajun and cannot, you can tell. I think the people from Gulfport and Biloxi speak that way. because I'm from Mississippi, I have friends from Biloxi and Gulfport and Pascagoula and all that, and they, I mean, I can hear it, but then again, I can hear the different accents. Like the people from Tupelo, Mississippi, speak different than the people from South Haven, Mississippi, and the people from Hattiesburg and Meridian. Theirs is a little more even different. Glow with the flow. My pooter wouldn't load. What's the tally? Do we think Emma is possessed again or nuts or what? Let's look and see. Eric Jasper said it scared the snot out of me when that rang out. I can't even tell. After yesterday, I thought they were both aware of their father's sins. Well, I can't decide whether Bewitched says from ice water to moonshine, I'm not going to judge. Well, this actually is sipping moonshine, but it's like a Irish cream kind of a moonshine. Whatever that is, I don't know. I hope it don't make me vomit. But it's also peanut butter flavored. How I got to this is I went in there and I said I want some peanut butter whiskey, and the lady, I looked and looked, I couldn't find it. Then I went over there and there was so many damn peanut butter whiskeys, I couldn't decide. And I asked her had she tried any of them, and she said she had, and this is the one she recommended. She said that but the one that is the best seller, I didn't get that one because it is an actual shot kind of a whiskey, drink it on ice kind of a whiskey. Whereas I love Irish cream, so when she told me you could put this in your coffee, I thought, here we go. All right, enough about my alcohol problem. I do not have.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we're back on the record on CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. This is continuing with the defense case in chief today. As we left off yesterday, I believe Joseph Murray was on the stand, and I'll note that the jurors have each returned and signed their juror affirmation for the date. If we're ready to proceed then with additional testimony, we'll go ahead and have the jurors brought in at this time, please. All right, please. Thank you. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We are on the record on CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We're continuing with the defense case in chief. The court would note the jurors are all returned and present, properly seated. Jurors have each signed their juror affirmation that they followed the court's admonishing instruction yesterday as he left. So thank you again for continuing to follow that as you have throughout this trial. The Witness is on the stand, Mr. Murray, who's previously been placed under oath. We were continuing with direct examination when we broke for the day yesterday, or I think, did we complete direct examination?
Yes, Judge. Yes,
Okay,
Your Honor.
thank you for the reminder then. Direct had concluded, so we'll start on cross-examination at this time. And is that going to be you, Mr. Wixom?
It will, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wixom, then if you'd like to commence with your cross, you may do so.
Thank you. Your Honor, before I begin, may I ask to be provided with the state's previously admitted exhibit 77G as in George?
Yes.
Thank you.
And Judge, again, what exhibit did he reference?
77G.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may I begin while the clerk's looking for that?
Yes, if you'd like, you may.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Murray.
Morning.
So I want to start this morning by revisiting the questions you were asked by the defense counsel yesterday. Do you remember when you first took the stand, he had asked you to explain to the jury how many times that you had met with him?
Yes.
And do you remember what your answer was to that?
Once 2 days ago and one other time on the phone.
Now, you wouldn't disagree, would you, that the loss of Tammy Daybell would be and was a traumatic experience for your wife and for her siblings?
Absolutely. All right. I absolutely would agree that that would be the case.
Likewise, would you agree that the finding of Tylee and JJ's bodies on Chad's property was likewise a traumatic experience?
Yes, for the whole family, indeed.
So it would be safe to say then that over the course of the last 5 years, you have probably had many conversations with your spouse about the surrounding facts, haven't you?
Yes.
And likewise, is it also safe to say that you've had many conversations with her siblings about these same situations?
Not, I wouldn't say many, but because we didn't live in the same household and we weren't gathering weekly even. So I wouldn't say many.
But you did have conversations over the course of the last 5 years with the siblings.
Yes.
Okay. You said that you didn't live in the same house with them? Is that what you said?
With the exception of one brother, one of Emma's brothers. Yeah.
Okay. And we'll come back to that. With respect to the events of October 9th, you were asked some questions about the layout of your house relative to Chad Daybell's, and you explained that your house is kitty corner.
Correct.
And you'd also referenced in your testimony that you've testified previously about these things in a grand jury proceeding,
Correct.
and that would have been roughly May of 2021.
Correct.
And Mr. Pryor had asked you some questions relative to your testimony in that proceeding. Do you remember that?
Yep.
Okay. And those questions in part were directed towards your information about this October 9th attempted shooting of Tammy.
Correct.
Now, I just want to be clear. In your grand jury testimony, and I believe yesterday you confirmed that you did not see the attempted shooting.
That is correct.
And in fact, you weren't even aware of the shooting until after you received a 911 notification.
Notification on Facebook.
I'm sorry. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah.
Okay. And it was after that notification that you asked your wife about it. She hadn't seen it, correct?
She had just seen it as I was going into the house at
And
about the same time, roughly.
Thank you. And then either one of you reached out to Tammy and called her.
Yes, she did.
And so you at some point talked to Tammy, or did you at least overhear the conversation she was having with your spouse?
Yes.
Which was it?
I didn't directly talk to her. I overheard the conversation.
Okay. Now, just for clarification, your testimony today, yesterday, and at the grand jury is that you don't have any personal knowledge with respect to however that shooting occurred or whatever went down. Fair?
That is correct.
Now, when you finished talking to Tammy or your wife did, you decided to make a 911 call?
My wife was still on the phone with Tammy when I made the call.
And you did that, I presume, because you were alarmed with the situation.
Yes.
And at that point, to your knowledge, had Chad ever made a phone call?
Not that I am aware of.
And frankly, at that point, Tammy had not called 911 either, had she?
No.
Judge, objection. There's no foundation to establish that he would have any knowledge of that.
Overruled, not timely.
You were also asked questions by Mr. Pryor yesterday about having talked to Deputy Cannon
Correct.
back on October 9th when this attempted shooting happened.
Correct.
You had explained that you went into the roadway and met him and gave him some details.
Correct.
And in fact, I think you denied yesterday that you had ever told Deputy Cannon that you had heard Tammy scream.
That is correct.
Likewise, I think you denied that you went over to the house immediately after the scream and didn't see anything suspicious. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So then it's your testimony that Deputy Cannon, if he put that in his report, has it wrong. Is that fair?
That is absolutely fair.
So he has inaccurate information.
That is true.
And I think you tried to explain that away somewhat yesterday by the fact that
Judge, I'm going to object to the characterization, explaining away.
Sustained.
you don't disagree that yesterday on this point, you had explained that when you had met with Deputy Cannon in the roadway, you were quick to give him information because you wanted him to go search.
Correct.
So isn't it possible that whatever you were relaying to Deputy Cannon in that quick interaction, one reason for the discrepancy could be he misunderstood what you were saying?
Possible, but very unlikely.
So you believe he was intentionally inaccurate?
Correct.
Okay. With respect to what you said yesterday about Tammy never having described this paintball gun as anything but a paintball gun, you did testify to that, yes?
Yep.
Isn't it possible that you simply could have been mistaken about Tammy's full description of what happened as you were overhearing and listening to a conversation that she was having with your wife?
Due to the fact that it was on speakerphone, I don't think so.
Well, you said a second ago that it still could have been possible that given the nature of the situation, Deputy Cannon could have been confused by your explanation to him, correct? You just said that.
Yes, but I was also very clear in what I explained to him.
But you don't believe that you're beyond having that same kind of miscommunication if that did occur?
No, based off of the fact that both my wife and I had the same understanding from the
Well,
same
I'm not asking
conversation.
about your wife's understanding. I'm asking you, yes or no. You certainly could have had the same kind of misunderstanding,
I don't believe so.
but you could have, or you simply,
Judge asked and answered.
Sustained.
after you gave that information, whatever information you gave to Deputy Cannon, did you have any further conversations with him about this?
No.
In fact, you went back afterwards and talked to your wife and talked to your mother-in-law some more about this incident?
When are you referring to?
Anytime at all?
Maybe the next day or after that. I don't recall having a specific conversation about it after.
Now, yesterday, I'm going to move on to October 18th. You had testified, and I think you confirmed through your defense counsel that on the 18th of October of 2019, that you had been helping a friend do some work. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in fact, it was because of that work that you felt a need to borrow your mother-in-law's truck. Is that correct?
My in-laws truck, yes.
Well, in fact, going back to the grand jury testimony back in May of 2021, when you were asked about this, do you disagree that in the transcript, you specifically described it as your mother-in-law's truck?
I may have, but it was owned by
Just
both
yes
of
or
them.
no is all I asked for. So I think you also explained yesterday that on that day when you needed the truck, you went to her to get the keys at work, correct?
Correct.
And so you had indicated that she had the truck at work, correct?
Correct.
So on that day, she'd driven the truck,
Yes.
and that was October 18th.
Yep.
That would have been just under 10 days from the shooting incident, correct?
Yeah.
And in fact, when you returned the keys, you returned those same keys back to Tammy, correct?
Correct.
Now, you also testified yesterday that at some point Chad Daybell gave you that very truck.
Yep.
Do you still have that truck?
Yes.
You still drive it?
Not right now because it has some mechanical issues.
Okay. But you were given the truck back in December of 2019?
Yep.
Right. Did you drive it for some time after it was given to you?
Yes.
Now, you likewise have explained that you have been married to Emma for 7 years, I think.
Almost 7 years.
So roughly 5 years ago, you would have been married to her a couple of years.
Correct.
At that point in time, you had one child.
Correct.
At that point in time, you lived across the street, kitty corner.
Correct.
And then, isn't it true that on June 9th of 2019, of 2020, when Chad was arrested, you and Emma moved into Chad's home?
Correct. Well, not on after. Are you saying after June 9th? Sorry.
Sure.
Okay. Yes. Not on June 9th, but after. Yes.
Yes. Okay. If I might have permission to publish state 77G at this time on the Elmo.
You may.
So going back to receiving that truck, you were given that truck by Chad. Yesterday you testified in 2018, but I think you later clarified that was 2019. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And that was December of 2019?
Correct.
Did you explain the occasion as to why Chad gave you the truck in December of 2019?
No.
Why did he give you the truck in 2019?
Because we only had one working vehicle at the time.
And so on June 9th of 2020, it was after that, shortly after that, that you moved into Chad's home.
Correct.
That's when he got arrested, correct?
Correct.
And that's the day they found Tylee and JJ on that property, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Now, I want to call your attention to this exhibit, and I want to invite you to go down and look at the entry. Let's see. The fifth entry that's dated June 9th. Will you look at that, please?
Yep.
And what is that reflecting?
Deposit into my checking account.
For what amount?
$8,000.
And who made that deposit?
I am not exactly sure.
You're not aware if that would have came from Chad Daybell?
Well, I know we got $8,000, but I wasn't sure. It just said $8,000. So
So you don't disagree that this was $8,000 that came from Chad Daybell?
No.
Okay. No, you don't disagree?
no, I don't disagree.
Okay. And that occurred, I'm done, Your Honor. That occurred again the day he was arrested.
Yep.
So to be clear, Chad Daybell in December 2019 gave you his truck.
Yep.
Okay. And then later in June 9th, when he's arrested, he deposited $8,000 into your account.
Yep.
Correct. And then he had you guys move into his house, correct?
Yep.
Okay. And were you aware that he also gave Emma $9,000 in cash that day?
Yes.
So he gave you roughly $17,000 in cash,
Okay.
correct? Had given you one of his vehicles, correct?
Yep.
And gave you a place to live, correct?
Yep.
You were asked questions, and we've already alluded to this, that at some point you had found out that JJ and Tylee had been buried in Chad's backyard.
Correct.
Right. You had described, in fact, that you believe JJ had been buried by the pond and Tylee by the fire pit, correct?
Yeah.
Now, have you ever met JJ and Tylee's mother?
Lori Val?
Yes.
No. I mean, yes, sorry. I went back to the thing you were talking about, them in particular. Yes, I've met Lori.
Okay. And isn't it true that the first day you met Lori was the day after Tammy's funeral at Chad's house?
Yes.
So she came to Chad's house, and that's where the family met her.
Yes.
And that was it the immediate day after her funeral?
I don't recall the exact day, if it was the immediate day after, but it was shortly after, yes.
Yeah, and you had testified to that effectively. That
Yep.
was the day after. Have you ever heard the name Alex Cox?
Yes.
And who is Alex Cox?
Lori Val's brother.
Had you ever met Alex Cox?
No.
Had you at any point in time ever seen Alex Cox on Chad's property?
No.
You were asked some questions yesterday about the layout of Chad's property. Do you recall specifically getting a question about the long driveway?
Yes.
And you were asked a question about whether or not someone could access the long driveway to a place behind the property where they then could not be seen from the roadway. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you acknowledged that there is a place back there where someone could access through the driveway, through a gate, and then not be visible from the roadway to the public while they're back there.
Yep.
So then you wouldn't disagree. And that area was in the general area that accessed both the pond and the fire pit.
Judge,
Correct?
I'm going to object at this point. Counsel's testifying.
Sustained.
Didn't you testify yesterday that that access point was in the general area of the pond and the fire pit?
Yes.
So then you wouldn't disagree that whomever, whether it was Chad or somebody else,
Judge, objection calls for speculation.
On that second part of the question, I will sustain that.
you wouldn't disagree that anybody who buried those children could have used that driveway and have done so outside the visibility of the roadway, correct?
From the Salem Highway, no, they would not have been able to.
Now, you testified also that at some point in time, Detective Hermosillo had been seen driving by this property,
Yep, before and after Chad's arrest.
and that was something that you had observed personally?
Yep.
And at that point, had you met Detective Hermosillo?
Yes.
And that's how you were able to identify him?
Yep. And I've also seen him on Facebook.
Okay. Did you see Detective Hermosillo the day that Tylee and JJ were found?
I can't recall for sure on that day.
You don't have any reason to disagree that Detective Hermosillo was one of the lead investigators in this case?
No, I have no reason to disagree on that.
No reason to disagree that in fact he was there the day that the bodies were found?
I would assume so.
So you wouldn't disagree that for law enforcement to drive back and forth by this property, that they may have suspected the bodies were, and in fact found the bodies there. That wouldn't necessarily be unusual, would it?
Perhaps no. However, this was even after the bodies were taken out, that he would slowly drive by the property.
And to that point, so you would disagree that a detective who discovers bodies on a property, arrests somebody from the property, might have a surveillance or investigative interest in continuing to drive by the property to identify if someone else was coming back to the property after the bodies had removed. You don't disagree with that, do you?
I don't see the reason for it.
You're not a law enforcement officer, are you?
Absolutely not. I would rather choose any other profession.
Okay.
Choose any other profession.
But you don't disagree that a law enforcement officer who found bodies on a property might want to continue to observe that property to see if anything else suspicious occurred there at the property.
I don't see the reason for him returning.
Do you think finding bodies on a property is a big deal?
Judge, I'm going to object. It's been asked and answered at least a couple of times.
Sustained.
When Detective Hermosillo was driving by the property, did he ever make contact with you?
No.
Were you aware that some kind of memorial had been placed on that property relative to Tylee and JJ?
Yes, but the slow driving by wasn't just on 200 North, it was also on Salem Highway.
You don't disagree that for a law enforcement officer to find two children buried on a property would be a traumatic event, do you?
I don't disagree. However, I don't understand why during working hours we would need to return and visit the memorial.
So that's not understandable to you how a law enforcement officer might have a traumatic experience and go back and visit the property.
I didn't say that.
So then you agreed it could be.
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right. Redirect, Mr. Pryor.
And Judge, I'll need 77G.
Very well. I don't know if it's still up there. If it is, Mr. Wixom, just please leave it.
Now, did I return that exhibit back to Marshall? I can't recall. Thank you.
Thank you. Judge, may I publish 77G?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning.
I'd like you to count down the fourth entry on 77G.
Okay,
It says the name Seth C. Daybell. Do you see that?
I do.
Can you tell me who Seth C. Daybell is?
Seth is the son of Chad and Tammy Daybell, also my wife's brother.
And do you see how much money Seth got?
$8,000.
Okay. Are you aware of any of the other children of Chad Daybell getting money as well?
I believe all of them did.
Do you know what the amounts were?
$8,000.
Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right. That'll conclude the testimony then of Mr. Murray. Is he going to remain under your subpoena, Mr. Pryor?
He is not, Judge.
Has the state got him under subpoena? Okay, you are released then from any subpoena. Thank you for coming in and testifying, Mr. Murray. You can be excused.
And Your Honor, before we bring in the next witness, may we have a sidebar?
Yes. All right, Mr. Pryor, you can call your next witness.
You had permission to approach the podium.
Yes.
Dr. Kathy Raven. And Judge, while we're waiting, my understanding is there's a stipulation of the parties on Defense Exhibit 135. It encompasses the forensic report of Dr. Kathy Raven. I'd move for admission of 135.
I can take that up. I'll prefer to get that admitted once we have the witness on the stand.
You can hang on to it. That's it. Thank you.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, I do.
A little bit of cheating.
Oh, okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
May I, Judge?
Give us just a sec here, Mr. Pryor.
Oh, okay. Okay, thanks.
All right, Mr. Pryor, before we go on inquiry, I believe this is an expert witness, so likewise, or likely not subject to the exclusionary rules that you're understanding?
It is, Judge.
Okay, you may inquire then. Thank you, Mr. Pryor.
Good morning, Dr. Raven. Would you please state your name, spell your last name for the record?
Catherine Raven, Raven.
And can you tell me what your occupation is?
I am a forensic pathologist.
Okay, explain to me what a forensic pathologist is.
I'm a medical doctor. I actually did 4 years of medical school. Then I did become a pathologist, which is the doctor that's at the hospital, does all the lab tests, biopsies. But I specialized even further in that. I went into forensic pathology, and that's applying the knowledge of medicine as a doctor. And really the main focus is to determine cause of death in individuals.
Okay. And in what state do you practice?
Primarily in California.
And do you have any cities or municipalities that you associate with that you do work primarily for?
Yes, I'm a contract forensic pathologist in California, and I primarily work in Alameda County, which is the Bay Area, and also in Butte County.
Okay. And how long have you been a licensed forensic pathologist?
25, 26 years now.
And you're presently, obviously you testified, you're presently engaged in that profession at the present time. Is that right?
That's correct.
And where did you receive your training in pathology?
In pathology, I received it in Colorado, Denver, Colorado, at the University of Colorado Health Science Center. It was 4 years of general pathology.
And what sort of certifications or what sort of certifications are required in order to be a pathologist?
Well, to be a general pathologist, you can either be an anatomical pathologist or a clinical pathologist. So after you do a residency, you would take a board examination. I'm certified in both anatomical and clinical pathology. I also did a year of neuropathology, the studying of the nervous system, injury to the nervous system. And then I did a year of forensic pathology, which is where I do subspecialize and just did forensic pathology. I am also board certified in forensic pathology.
And you jumped the gun on me. And when we say that there is a, is that the American Board of Pathology?
Yes.
And what is the American Board of Pathology?
It's just a board. It's national. Every pathologist who's board certified takes the exact same test, regardless of where they did their training at. To be a board certified pathologist, you'd have to pass the examination.
And I assume then that you passed that examination.
Yes.
Are you, and do you have any publications or any theses that you've written as part of your 25-year career?
As a fellow, when I was in training, I had a paper published, but other than that, I've been a practicing pathologist.
So you do the hands-on work of a pathologist.
Correct.
You're not a academic person.
That's correct.
Okay. Have you testified previously in any proceedings?
Yes.
Have you previously been approved as an expert in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes.
And can you give me approximately how many times you've done that?
Probably close to 300 or more.
Okay. Now, I skipped one question. Is part of your certification, is that a national certification?
Yes. It's a board certification, so it's a national test. Yes.
Okay, so in other words, you can apply your principles of forensic pathology anywhere in the United States. It's a scientific process. Would that be fair?
Yes. As far as the pathology itself, you have to be licensed in a particular state to practice in that state. But as a pathologist, I could go anywhere and be a pathologist.
Now, in this particular case, you were retained by my office to conduct an investigation regarding this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the area of investigation you were to conduct was in what area of this case?
If I'm understanding the question, I was asked to review the autopsy report and other pertinent materials.
Okay. And when you did review the autopsy report?
Correct.
And do you have a recollection of all of the other documents that you reviewed?
A summary of them, but I don't know them specifically without my report.
Would it help you if I were to provide you your report?
Yes.
Okay. Oh. And Judge, at this time, I'm going to move for admission of defense exhibit, I think it's 135.
As a statement, able to review that?
Yes, Your Honor, no objection.
Very well. Defense exhibit 135 is admitted. Can you, and that's the
Thank you.
report, Mr. Pryor, paper copy?
That is a paper copy, and I have a paper copy as well. And Dr. Raven, if you would be so kind as to just review, we can't have you read off, unfortunately, what you line by line. So if you're able to review and give us a synopsis of what you looked at after you've reviewed it, set it down, and then we'll proceed from that.
I could give a general.
Okay, go ahead. What documents did you review as part of this?
Dr. Christensen's autopsy report from Utah. Along with that were autopsy photographs. There are also some scene photographs that I reviewed. The death certificate, the original death certificate, I reviewed. There was a couple reports from the coroner. I don't know if they were the official reports, but some typewritten reports from the coroner, and some law enforcement investigation reports also.
Okay. And then in addition, in a previous matter, and I don't want to say what matter, in a previous matter, you looked and reviewed previous testimony as well,
I
correct?
reviewed previous testimony from Dr. Christensen, correct?
Okay. And you also looked at some of Dr. Marsden's remarks as well?
I don't recall her remarks as much as Dr. Christensen's.
Okay. Now, I want to go in the area of conclusions that are drawn as the result of an autopsy. And I understand there are approximately 5 categories that you can arrive at as a result of conclusions that you make when you're conducting an autopsy. Is that fair?
I'm not sure I'm following the question.
Okay. In this particular case, you arrived at a conclusion in terms of your review of the case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that conclusion, there are other conclusions that someone in your field as a forensic pathologist can arrive at. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
And what would some of those other conclusions be?
In this particular case?
Well, in any
Either.
case, in general,
You mean as far as manner of death?
in terms of manner.
In manner of death, there's usually 5 categories of manner. The cause of death is the medical disease process or injury that actually caused the death, but the manner of death is how we categorize the death, really just for death certificate purposes. So either homicide, suicide, accident, undetermined, or natural death. So any one of those five for manner of death can be, would fit a certain case. If we don't know or it doesn't fit particularly in one or the other, then we would call it undetermined.
Now, in reviewing this case, you made some summary of some of the materials in terms of what you discovered. Can you talk briefly about the summary of some of the things you arrived at as part of your review?
Well, specifically, I paid most attention to the autopsy report. It was an autopsy after embalming and a disinterment. It was a thorough autopsy. I reviewed that. There was a few injuries, some bruising, which are very nonspecific to the arms.
And if we could stop there in a
Yeah.
minute and just talk briefly about what is nonspecific bruising?
So nonspecific bruising just means there's not a pattern to it, and anything can cause a bruise or a contusion. Is the same thing. It's caused by blunt force. So any blunt object, blunt surface, anything, you bump your arm, you fall, someone hits you, anything blunt, to compare it to a knife, should be sharp. So anything blunt can cause a bruise. So nonspecific just means we don't know what caused them. Any number of things could cause them as long as it had a blunt surface.
Okay. And at this point, when you say nonspecific, there's no way to determine what was the cause of action that resulted in the bruises on the right arm and then the one bruise on the left arm. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you continued with your summary. I'll allow you to continue on that with what you also summarized.
Then, and there was no anatomical cause of death found at the autopsy.
Okay. And I'm gonna keep interrupting you as we go through that because this is important. When you say there was no anatomical cause of death, what does that mean?
When we do an autopsy, we look at every organ in the body. We pull it out, we dissect it, and we're looking for anything that may have caused death. So we do a dissection of the heart, looking for heart disease. We look at the lungs, the liver, every organ, the brain, looking for natural death, anything that may have caused death. In this particular case, nothing was found.
Okay. And then further, what other findings did you make?
And then the next step we would do is what's called toxicology, looking at the blood. Sometimes we look at the urine and also the fluid in the eye called vitreous. We analyze those and we look for any kind of drugs, toxins, or any abnormalities with those.
And would you agree that the toxicology report, at least according to your report that you provided, indicates that it was an extensive toxicology report?
Yes, it was a very extensive toxicology examination. They did extensive testing.
Okay. And at this point, there is always the possibility something could have been missed in the toxicology, correct?
Correct. So we just can't send a blood sample to the lab and say, look for anything and everything. We have to tell them what to look for. So most of the things we have are in a panel. We're really looking for, again, illicit drugs. If you're looking for things specifically like poisons and other things, you have to tell them which one to look for. They just don't they can't just randomly look for it. But they did extensive testing looking for several poisons and drugs.
So at this point, aside from the extensive testing, unless it was something unusual, the likelihood is that this wasn't the result of any kind of a poisoning, correct?
More than likely. It would be funny they couldn't detect anything. And there's always things we're not going to be able to detect, and the embalming does interfere with some testing, but nothing that they tested for was positive, so it would be unlikely.
Okay. And then additional findings that you made?
I have to think for a moment, sorry.
You need to refresh your report with your.
No, I just didn't know where I left off. I'm sorry. When you asked that last question. So we had the bruises that we talked about, and really that was it. There's no other anatomical cause of death from an anatomy perspective, from what the organs, and then there was no toxicological cause of death either.
Okay. Now you indicated that the body was exhumed and they performed an autopsy, and then the same day the body was reburied. Is that correct?
I don't know when it was reburied. I'm sorry.
Okay. But the autopsy was done as the same day that it was exhumed, correct?
Again, I'm not sure. I know the autopsy was done on the 19th, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure when it was exhumed, to be honest.
So the date of the autopsy was October 19th of 2019.
I believe it was December. I'm sorry, it was December 11th. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, you're right
Yeah,
too.
I'm
Oh, my
sorry,
goodness,
too,
where'd I
yeah.
get that from?
Um,
I know where I got that from.
right, the date of the incident was
Data for.
October 19th, but
Data for
the,
passing was, and I apologize for that.
well, I misspoke too. So it was December 11th, 2019.
Okay. Now, the autopsy was done on December 11th of 2019. Do you recall when the date of the signature that was placed on the autopsy was placed on that document?
I believe it was in January. I can't remember the specific date of 2021.
So am I understanding that it would have been over a year plus between the time of the autopsy and the signing of the report?
It would probably be close to over 2 years.
Okay. And is there some explanation that you can come, logical explanation as to why there is such a gap in time between when the autopsy was done and when these folks decided to sign the document with their findings?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Do you have any idea how it
No.
might be such a length of time?
Sometimes the toxicology testing takes a while, a few months. So if you get it back and it's negative, and you might go back and say, let's try this again, let's try this, let's look for this, and let's look for that. That's the only thing I can think of why it would take so long to sign out a report.
Okay, and that could be the explanation, is that it took them a significant amount of time to try to find something in the toxicology that would support their theory?
Or other things, yes.
Okay. Okay. Now, you came to a conclusion in your report in regards to this case, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was that conclusion?
My conclusion was that since there was no anatomical or toxicological cause of death, no injury to account for death, that it would be best classified as a cause of death as undetermined.
Okay, now when you say no physical cause of death, you did review Dr. Christensen's testimony, is that correct?
Correct.
And there was some mention, at least during this trial, of the bruising on the arms. Is it your conclusion that those bruises could not be taken in consideration to support a different conclusion of asphyxia?
Well, again, the bruising on the arm is nonspecific. They're just bruises on the arm. They don't indicate a cause of death. They don't cause death in and of themselves. They're just nonspecific bruises on the arm. So I don't believe it supports a diagnosis of anything other than there was some blunt injury to the arms.
Okay. And in regards to the suggestion that if someone were to sit on the chest of someone to try to cause asphyxiation, did you examine or look into that possibility?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying misstates the prior testimony.
Sustained.
Would it be a possible basis of asphyxiation by suffocation by sitting on someone's chest?
It's a difficult question. It's very difficult to sit on somebody's chest and kill them. There are reports. There was one scientific study done back in 2017. I believe it was out of San Diego, where they actually tried to figure out how much weight it would take, how much pressure it would take to do that. Usually when somebody does asphyxiate, it's usually several people on top of somebody, or in a crowd. You've heard of the stadiums where the crowds get stuck and everyone gets pushed together. That's several bodies. It's not just one. This particular study said it would be probably 450 plus pounds that would have to require to sit. So I think it'd be extraordinarily hard to sit on somebody, a healthy young person anyways. Maybe an old febrile person you might be able to, but I think it'd be very, very difficult and unlikely.
Okay. And then the possibility of asphyxiating them by just holding their arms, that's not going to do it either, correct? Just hold.
Objection, Your Honor. This misstates prior testimony. Move to strike.
Overruled.
Would just holding somebody's arms and leaving bruises, is there a way to asphyxiate someone that way?
No, so asphyxia just really means that there's no oxygen getting to the blood to supply our organs. So several things can cause asphyxia. Asphyxia is just a mechanism. It's not really even a cause of death. It's always due to something. So it might be asphyxia due to drowning, where we're not getting oxygen, asphyxia due to choking, asphyxia due to strangulation. So asphyxia in itself just means that they're not getting oxygen. That's a very non-specific term.
Did you see any indication that there was any damage to the neck or the throat?
No, there was no obvious damage to the neck. There was some damage caused by the embalming process. May have obscured, at least on the right side of the neck, but there was no obvious hemorrhage or other injury.
Now, in reading Dr. Christensen, Dr. Marsden's reports, they established that this was homicide by asphyxia. And can you explain why you differ with that diagnosis?
Well, it's a person we have no cause of death for. We don't know what the cause of death is. So that would be undetermined. It's an undetermined death. It happens. Probably 5 to 10% of autopsies may be undetermined. Some reports say lower. So it's not, if we just don't find anything, there's several things can cause death without leaving any signs or indications. So since we don't know exactly what happened, we call it undetermined, and that's what I would have called this.
And some of the other possibilities other than asphyxia would include what?
As far as not leaving any signs or not having anything, a seizure can cause a death without leaving any signs. A cardiac arrhythmia can also cause death without leaving any signs. Asphyxia is one thing that can cause it. Drugs that weren't detected.
Okay. Now, in this particular case, you made note of some of the comments that were made about Tammy's past medical issues, some shaking and some lightheadedness, those sort of things. Is that something that would be consistent with a seizure diagnosis?
Well, it might be consistent with a seizure, the shaking fits that were described. Since there was no diagnosis, that's hard to say. The only way to diagnose it would have been to go to a neurologist and have it diagnosed. But certainly that's the history that we get. Some people see shaking. Sometimes it's violent. Sometimes it's even just violent. I'm sorry. Sometimes people just stare off into space. There's different kinds of seizures. So a shaking fit would be described by a layperson.
And you did touch on that, and that was the next area, is that seizures don't necessarily mean that there's episodes of violent shaking. Is that correct?
That is correct.
We've seen some of the politicians in the past several years who have just been on live camera and they just black out and there's nothing there. Those are what you
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying. Move to strike.
Sustained. And I'll strike that last question.
So a seizure, can you describe a little bit about the types of seizures for me?
Again, you can have different types of seizures. You have larger seizures what we think of larger seizures, where you think of that most people think of the shaking, the convulsing. It could be very traumatic. Actually, you can get a lot of injuries from those, serious injuries also. Or you can have smaller ones, lighter ones where sometimes people just might stare off into space. Sometimes they do like just repetitive type of motions with their hands or even their lips smacking. Very, very small, can be very subtle. It really depends where the focus is at and what type of seizure it is.
But whether it's a small seizure or a large seizure, ultimately at some point that seizure could become fatal. Is that correct?
Yes, seizures are a cause of death. We see them as a cause of death or attribute it to death, not infrequently.
Okay, you also mentioned arrhythmia. Talk to me a little bit about arrhythmia.
Well, again, these are just the things that people die from that we can't see anything. An arrhythmia is an electrical disturbance, just like a seizure is an electrical disturbance in the brain. An arrhythmia is an electrical disturbance in the heart. So same thing, we may not see anything at the time of death or at the autopsy, excuse me.
Okay. And at some point with arrhythmia, with arrhythmia, there's not necessarily any signs of damage with the heart. Is that correct?
Correct. Frequently you'll see cardiac abnormalities. You might see a structural defect in the heart, some coronary artery disease. You might see something, and then if it's a sudden death, it's a presumed cardiac arrhythmia. You don't have to have a structural defect, but we do usually see that.
Okay. Now, in this particular case, Dr. Christensen came to the conclusion that this was homicide, and your conclusion is different, obviously. Is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as the explanations of the possibilities of what potentially could have caused the death without any physical signs of any structural or physical damage, what would those include?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The causes of death that could have resulted from this. They could include a seizure, is that correct?
Yes,
They could include arrhythmia, is that correct?
yes,
They could include asphyxia, is that correct?
yes.
Is there really any certainty to know what was the cause of death of Tammy Daybell?
No, because all those, plus, again, if there's some toxicology that we didn't pick up on, can cause death without leaving any signs.
Now, is it standard practice when there's no signs and there's no indication of what could have caused the death to take a jump to asphyxia? Is that what would be the common practice?
In my opinion, no. The way I practice and the way I've always taught people to practice in the institutions I've been associated with, again, we would call them undetermined. It's not, we do get cases where we don't find anything. We don't jump to conclusions or speculate. We just say these are things that might have happened. We don't know, so we're better left calling it undetermined. Other people might practice differently.
Okay. So it's a matter of how people practice. Would that be fair?
I think that's fair.
But in your opinion, there's no conclusion that could be drawn in this particular case.
No, there was no scientific evidence of a cause of death.
I want to talk to you about a little bit of a term in terms of your profession. The term is called confirmatory bias. Are you familiar with that term?
Vaguely familiar. The confirmation bias is what I think I know it as.
Okay, and explain to me what that means.
It's kind of a term that's been introduced over the last couple of years. Actually, it's probably been around longer than that, but in forensic pathology, just the last few years. Anyways, it just talks about, if you have something in your mind, or you're told a scenario in a case, if you're not going to just see that and make and lean your diagnoses towards that. For example, if there was a baby and somebody told you, someone saw the parent squeezing the baby, you might lean towards asphyxia because you're being biased by that history. So it's kind of a bias. It's not just looking at the scientific evidence in front of you, but you're being biased by other things.
So if someone were to say that they put the procedural history and some of the events that occurred around the time of Tammy Daybell's death, that would be an example of confirmatory bias. Would that be fair?
Possibly, depends what was told them. Possibly,
Okay.
yes.
Well, you talked about the fact that someone saw the baby squeezed or shaken, and then the investigation is turned that way and leaned that way, correct?
Yes, that's what it's most commonly seen in, is like a shaken baby case.
So if someone has provided some information, regardless of whether it's relevant to the case, we should still be going back to the scientific evidence and base it on science and facts. Would that be fair?
Yes, as a physician, pathologist, our diagnosis should be based off science and what we can actually see, rather than speculating. Again, that's how I've always practiced, and that's how I teach.
And would it be fair to say that most of you folks in the field of forensic pathology would approach it the way you're approaching it?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
I have nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
Ms. Blake, I presume, doing the cross. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Raven.
Good morning.
You indicated that you are a forensic pathologist. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you work as a medical examiner?
I do not now.
So in your current capacity, you're not in a medical examiner, your office? In your current capacity, you're not working at a medical examiner's office?
No, I'm a forensic pathologist, an independent contractor at this point in my career.
Do you have investigators that work with you?
Yes, in the coroner's office, we'll still have investigators.
So you are in a coroner office system right now?
Yes.
In the current system you're in, who determines whether or not an autopsy should be conducted?
It really varies. Most of the time it's the pathologist who determines that. It really depends. And a medical examiner, it's different because the pathologist is the medical examiner. A coroner system, it's a little different. It's the coroner who will bring the case in. Usually it's left up to the pathologist in my jurisdictions to determine the level of the examination.
And we've talked a little bit about your report. And do you still have that with you?
I do not.
May the witness be handed that last exhibit?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I believe you indicated that you reviewed the autopsy report and documents that were specific. See if I can find the phrasing here. That you reviewed the autopsy report and other pertinent information. Do you recall that?
Yes, I listed a few things, yes.
And in your report, there's a section, materials reviewed. Do you see that section?
Yes.
Is that an exhaustive list of the documents you reviewed in this case?
The initial, I believe I've had a few documents sent to me since this report. But I believe that would have been, it, yes.
And do you mind reading those off for the record, what you reviewed?
Absolutely. I thought I wasn't supposed to, but I can.
Yes, it's an exhibit that's been admitted, so I think that's appropriate.
So I could just verbatim.
Yes, if you wouldn't mind doing that.
You have to excuse my voice, I'm sorry. The following materials were reviewed regarding the death of T. Daybell. Autopsy report authored by Dr. Lily Marston, co-signed by Dr. Eric Christensen. Autopsy photographs, toxicology reports from NMS and the Utah Department of Health. A brief investigative report from the Office of the Medical Examiner, State of Utah. A typed coroner report, not signed, dated, or on letterhead, unknown time, authored, or source. The Fremont County Coroner Informal Record of Death report. A report by Deputy Greenhaw, excuse the name, Detective Fabinich and Lieutenant Powell. Scene photographs, unknown source. Report by B. Mattingly. Fremont County incident report from incident from 10/09/2019. Copy of the death certificate for T. Daybell, signed 10/19/2019 by Brenda Dye, and the transcript of Dr. Christensen's testimony, Brenda Dye interview, and Deputy Coroner M. Wilmore's interview.
And you said maybe since then you've reviewed a few more documents?
Yes, I believe so, but that was 3 years ago, so I believe a few things have come through. When I started first reviewing them, a few things have come through since.
And do you recall what those things are that have come through?
I believe it was different reports of what the coroner reported on. I don't recall specifically, I'm sorry.
As part of let me back up, and these were documents that were provided to you by defense counsel?
That's correct.
So when you say you reviewed the autopsy report and other pertinent information, it was the defense that provided you that other pertinent information, is that correct?
The defense provided me everything, yes.
Did you review a report from Lieutenant Powell regarding requesting Walmart records?
That does not sound familiar, but I don't remember.
Did you review a report of an interview with Emily Daybell?
I don't recall.
Did you review a report of an interview with Paul Daybell?
I don't recall.
Did you review a report of an interview with Jana Penrose, a relative of Tammy Daybell?
I don't believe so.
Did you review a report of an interview with David Warwick?
I don't believe so. The name's not familiar.
And you said you reviewed some of the coroner reports. Would that be Brenda Dye? Does that name sound familiar?
It does sound familiar. Like I said, one was not signed. I didn't know who wrote it, but that name does sound familiar.
Did you review an interview that was conducted with Brenda Dye, a report of that?
I believe so, yes.
Did you review a report of an interview conducted with the deputy coroner, Tammy Wilmore?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you review a report that contained some records from a Lolly Time iCloud account?
No,
Did you review a report from Benjamin Dean, an analyst with the FBI?
no,
Did you review the Seasons medical records?
no,
Did you review the Teton medical records?
no.
And I think you indicated you did review some reports of the October 9th incident,
Yes,
and that would have been regarding an attempted shooting of Tammy Daybell. Does that sound familiar?
yes,
Did you review a report of an interview with Matthew and Regan Price?
I don't believe so.
Did you review a report of an interview with Haley Palmer?
No,
Did you review any reports of interviews with Angela Yancey?
no,
Did you review a report of an interview with Ronald and Phyllis Douglas?
Judge, I'm going to object at this point to the relevance of how that would have an impact on the autopsy. She's going to go down a list of every report that any witness in this case discussed.
No speaking objections, please, but I'll sustain the objection at this point unless there's some specific relevance to the autopsy.
And if I may respond,
Go ahead.
I'm reading off a list that was reviewed by the Utah medical examiners in making their findings. I
Okay,
think it is relevant.
all right. If that's the foundation for that, I'll allow that to continue. Thank you, Ms. Blake.
Did you review a report of an interview with Ronald and Phyllis Douglas?
no,
Did you review a report of an interview with Lisa Jensen?
no,
Did you review a report of an interview with Janet Davis?
no,
Did you review a report of an interview with Melissa Coles?
no,
Did you review a report of an interview with Mary Fran Jepson?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Faye Harris?
no,
Did you review a report of an interview with John Ox?
no,
Did you review a report of an interview with Margaret Brown?
no,
Did you review a report of an interview with Stephanie Peralta?
no,
Did you review a report of an interview with Angela Johansson?
no,
Did you review a report of an interview with Shanna Miller?
I don't recall.
Did you review a report of an interview with Barbara Blair?
I don't believe so.
Did you review a report of an interview with Hannah Munoz?
No,
Did you review a report of an interview with Britt and Crystal Briggs?
no,
Did you review a report of an interview with Micaiah Baglin?
No.
Did you review a report of an interview with Cara and Sandra Briggs?
no,
Did you review a report of an interview with Emma Moss?
No.
Did you review a statement given by Greg Stoddard?
I don't recall.
Did you review 4 to 5 reports regarding insurance surrounding Tammy Daybell life insurance?
No,
Did you review a report indicating Tammy never used any sick days?
no,
Did you review her Walmart prescription records?
no,
Did you review a report regarding Tammy's cell phone?
no,
Did you review a report? Actually, I'll back up there. So as part of your review of the findings in the autopsy, you did not review the list that was just read off.
no,
Were those documents provided to you?
no,
Some of those that were indicated was the medical records. Did you specifically review the Seasons medical records associated with Tammy Daybell
as answered before, I did not.
and the Teton medical records?
Judge Aston answered.
Sustain.
Counsel asked you about reviewing or looking at medical records referencing shaking fits and seizure activity. Did you ever look at any medical records referencing shaking fits?
I don't recall the first question, and I'm not sure exactly what you're asking. I'm sorry. Can you rephrase that?
Did you ever review any medical records associated with Tammy Daybell that referenced shaking fits?
No, I did not.
Did you ever review any medical records associated with Tammy Daybell that referenced seizure activity?
I did not.
Where did that information come from?
That information came from the coroner's report.
And the coroner's report was information obtained from Chad Daybell?
I believe that's where she got it from, but you'd have to ask her. I'm not sure where they got their medical information from.
And you talked about a possible cause of death being cardiac arrhythmia.
It's one possible cause when there's no anatomical findings, yes.
And you said generally with that, you would find a structural defect.
And commonly we do, yes.
In the review of the autopsy report, was there any structural defect with Tammy Daybell's heart?
Not that they found, no.
You were also asked about the bruising on Tammy Daybell, and I think you said you defined it as unspecified or unspecific bruising?
Non-specific. Dr. Christensen testified to that too. They're non-specific bruises.
And counsel proceeded to ask you about putting pressure on someone's chest. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you indicated you would expect it to be 2 people, at least if that was done?
No, it just takes significant weight to do that. I mean, it's hard to sit on somebody to cause death. And the scientific literature that's out there says probably 450 pounds or more. Actually, it was closer to 600, but they went down to 450.
But you would agree that it could be more than one person involved
Possibly.
if that were to happen?
If you have more than one person on you, yes.
And what are the other ways that asphyxiation can be caused or occur?
Well, again, asphyxia is just the process of the body not getting oxygen. So many things. We said drowning already. You're underwater, you're not getting oxygen. Choking, you have airway obstruction, suffocation. You can be in a position like a car. People have asphyxia where they're underneath a car and the car collapses on them. Where the pressure on the chest. Asphyxia could be from chemical asphyxia, such things like cyanide can cause an asphyxial death because it blocks the oxygen getting to the tissues. So the list can go on and on.
And one way to cause asphyxiation could be to place a pillow over someone's head?
You could suffocate them by putting an object or something in front of their face, if that's what you mean.
Yes.
Yes.
One way to suffocate someone could be to put a plastic bag over their head. Would that cause asphyxiation?
Yes.
And as a forensic pathologist, would you agree that you approach an autopsy more like a doctor as you're looking for symptoms, causes?
Well, we are a doctor, so we do look for scientific evidence of a diagnosis. Again, we don't speculate on diagnoses. We say this is a gunshot wound because we have evidence of the gunshot wound. We have hemorrhage, we have a knife wound. So again, yes, we use scientific evidence to base our diagnoses off of like any doctor does.
And the difference being in an autopsy, your patient can't provide that information, correct?
That's correct.
So you would have to get it from collateral sources?
Pertinent to the cause of death, yes.
If I may have just a moment.
You may.
I have no further questions.
All right. Redirect Mr. Pryor.
Dr. Raven, Ms. Blake went over a litany of other reports and statements from other witnesses, a variety of other documents. When a forensic pathologist is examining a variety of other documents that are not related to the medical reports and the scientific evidence, is that an example of confirmation bias?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Is that an example of confirmation bias when you take into account all of these other reports, documents, statements of people who are not present at the murder?
So, and it's a difficult question. We don't honestly look at all those reports on any case really I've ever heard of such an exhaustive list, because we don't have those reports available to us. Maybe over a 2-year period, we would have them. I don't know. But we don't. Again, we always base it off scientific evidence, what we have in front of us, the autopsy. Either we have a cause of death or we don't. We try not to speculate. We try not to guess on what a cause of death is. There's lots of implications to that for anybody. So generally speaking, it is bias. If that's what you're using to determine a cause of death for, that's bias. Either you have a cause of death or you don't. And then again, if we had a case like this where we don't have a cause of death, we do just call it undetermined. And we put that list, what we've talked about today, these are potential findings, but we don't commit to one of those.
Okay. And to commit to some other information like a plastic bag or sitting on someone's chest or putting a pillow over somebody's face, would you agree that that would be conjecture, speculation, and hunch?
Without any evidence
Yeah.
of that? Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And at the present time, would it be your testimony that the logical conclusion in your mind that should be drawn from this is that the cause of death of Tammy Daybell would be undetermined?
Yes, in my opinion, it should be undetermined.
Judge, I have no other questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
And Judge, I would ask for a recross.
I don't think any door was open there, Ms. Blake, so I'll deny the request. All right, that'll conclude the testimony then of Dr. Raven. Is she going to remain under subpoena?
She is not, Judge. She's excused. And thank you, Dr. Raven.
You're welcome.
Does the state have any subpoena served on her?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, that concludes your testimony. Thank you for coming in.
You're welcome.
All right, I'll let the witness step out. I think this would be the logical time to take the mid-morning recess as well. So once the witness has cleared the courtroom, we'll go ahead and have our break. All right, we'll take a 20-minute recess. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, folks, we'll return shortly. Please grab all of your belongings.
Well, that was painful. Yes, that was bias to be looking at the fact that Tammy was the fourth person or third person dying in this group of people. We should not pay no attention to the murders all around us. How much was she paid for that crap? I don't know. Maria P. wants to know. Yes, Krisha. Oh, wow. This is something else, isn't it? Let's see. So, what do y'all think? Do y'all, was she, do you think the jury got anything out of that? Or at this point, is Pryor just grasping? Only reviewed one suspicious death. No, they haven't, yeah. And Kim S. Let's see what Kim S. says, because right there, somebody's saying that, gosh. Let's see. Maybe I'll put a little music going on with us so that whenever I'm milly mouthing, it won't be so quiet whenever I'm hunting. So he's hired this lady to come in and say, no, as I'm a professional, this lady just died on her own. It was just a damn coincidence that her husband wanted her dead. It was a coincidence, I tell you. You know something I noticed? People, oh, did he? I missed that. I missed that, Crusher. That Pryor's called it a murder. Sean James says the biggest DNA evidence wasn't even reviewed. Tylee's DNA was on Chad's pickaxe. So why was that not addressed? I guess because he didn't have his garage locked, and it might have been Joseph Murray come over there and buried the pickaxe and chopped up Tylee. Can you, Joseph Murray? Well, I see no reason for the police to be driving by our house just because there's been 3 murders associated with our address. You would not be able to see that location from Salem Highway. Well, you maybe not, but you could see it from that other highway over there. It's not a highway, but it's a road, but it's a very busy road. There's neighbors all around. These are some sneaky MFs. I don't know what the heck they were doing. Hi, everyone. Just got here 4 minutes before the break. What I heard, Lindsay is hot and not impressed with this witness. Yeah, so she was. He called it a murder. I hate that. Pryor called it a murder? Carolina Hurtado says, Donna Donald, she only tickled the ivory for a cool minute. She didn't sway the jury, in my opinion. I don't think she did either. Because it was clear she was not at the autopsy, and all she was read some papers and take a cue from John Pryor. Shauna Jane says, Donna, they are good at keeping secrets, according to Daddy. Yes. Soul's Eyes Jewel says Pryor's just reaching for the Tammy murder charge. Conspiracy has already been proven. He knows his toast. Yes, he called it a murder on the cross. Pryor called Tammy a murder. Yes, Lindsay won that battle. I thought she was reading off and she said, well, we don't usually look at the police reports whenever there's been a death. It's because you can see the damn knife or the gun wound. Not every murder is done that way. Carolina Hurtado said John Pryor did say the M word. Yep. Lee Shell says Lindsay got to say the death by asphyxia is possible with two people on one's chest. Yes, she did. TC says Dr. Catherine Raven never held a position very long of any of her jobs in Alaska, Nevada, Washington, or California. She didn't. Well, if you can just get paid to say what they want you to, why would you do all that work? Jules said Pryor said murder. Yes. Kim Stern says, let's listen again. Was it okay, that's where it was. JP's all the reports and okay. Maybe I can find it. So y'all hang on a minute.
Confirmation bias when you pathologist is examining a variety of other documents that are not related to medical reports and scientific evidence. Is that an example of confirmation bias?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Examining a variety of other documents that are not related to
Okay, I'm sorry.
documents, statements of people who were not present at the murder.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
So,
There it is, y'all. There it was. He did say it.
Oh yeah, I was like, oh my gosh. I thought
I'm gonna
I was
go back
hearing
and do it
something
again.
else.
Okay. Come on. Now I can't get it to the right spot.
Dr. Raven, Ms. Blake went over a litany of other reports and statements from other witnesses, a variety of other documents. When a forensic pathologist is examining a variety of other documents that are not related to the medical reports and the scientific evidence, is that an example of confirmation bias?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Is that an example of confirmation bias when you take into account all of these other reports, documents, statements of people who were not present at the murder?
so, and it's a difficult question. We don't honestly look at all those reports on any case really I've ever heard of such an exhaustive list because we don't have those reports available to us. Maybe over a 2-year period we would have them. I don't know. But we don't. Again, we always base it off scientific evidence, what we have in front of us, the autopsy. Either we have a cause of death or we don't. We try not to speculate. We try not to guess on what a cause of death is. There's lots of implications to that for anybody. So generally speaking, it is bias. If that's what you're using to determine a cause of death for, that's bias. Either you have a cause of death or you
It is
don't.
confirmation
And then
bias.
again, if we had a case like this where we don't have a cause of death, we do just call it undetermined. And we put that list, what we've talked about today, these are potential findings, but we don't commit to one of those.
Okay. And to commit to some other information like a plastic bag or sitting on someone's chest or putting a pillow over somebody's face, would you
Calling
agree
it
that that
murder.
would be conjecture, speculation, and hunch?
Without any evidence
It-
Yeah.
of that?
Police
Yes,
work.
I believe so.
Okay. And at the present time, would it be your testimony that the logical conclusion in your mind that should be drawn from this is that the cause of death of Tammy Daybell would be undetermined?
Yes, in my opinion, it should be undetermined.
Judge, I have no other questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
I bet you don't.
And Judge, I would ask for a recross.
I don't think any door was open there, Ms. Blake, so I'll deny the request. All right, that'll conclude the testimony then of Dr. Raven. Is she going to remain?
Yeah, Tammy's blood money was paid, is paying for this. Yeah, paying off her kids and expert witnesses, confirmation bias. It was proven in a court of law. Right. Oh my God. I went back and screen recorded that because I was like, oh, okay. You know, that doesn't look well. I'll play it again. I do play here.
Play it.
Redirect Mr. Pryor.
I don't think I can hear it. It's so low on my phone. Oh. Oh.
Other reports and statements from other witnesses, a variety of other documents. When a forensic pathologist is examining a variety of other documents that are not related to the medical reports and the scientific evidence, is that an example of confirmation bias?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
There's that one. Hold on. Where's the murder report?
I have no further questions.
All right. Fixing the break.
Redirect Mr. Pryor.
Not my report.
Dr. Raven, Ms. Blake went over a litany of
Oh.
other reports.
Let me see something. Where's the murder report?
It should be undetermined.
Judge, I have no other, in your mind, that should be drawn from this is that the cause of death of Tammy Daybell would be undetermined.
Yes, in my opinion, it should be undetermined.
Judge, I have no other questions.
How
Thank
can
you,
it
Your Honor.
be undetermined
Judge, I would ask.
when you just said it was murder? I mean, I'm just trying to kind of reel on this right now.
I have no further
I'm,
questions.
I would think that the jury got that too. I was looking to see, I don't think Nate got it though, because, he didn't hear, whenever he was doing his refresh, he does not use the word murder. And he says, Pryor takes the podium and asks the witness documents, etc. Blake reference, he asked if taken into account all these other documents is an example of confirmation bias. So he didn't use the word murder. And I think if Nate had caught that, he would have said it. Are you there? Am I here?
I'm here. I'm muting because I'm in my room and there's a lot of background noise. So
Okay. Yeah.
I'm running
That's
over it
correct.
again because he did say murder. I heard him say it, and I know.
Yeah,
I'm
he said it. He said it.
Yeah.
You want me to do it again? On the big screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Hang on. Damn it. That was an accident, people. Hang on.
Of other reports and statements from other witnesses, a variety of other documents. When a forensic pathologist is examining a variety of other documents that are not related to the medical reports and the scientific evidence, is that an example of confirmation bias?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Is that an example of confirmation bias when you take into account all of these other reports, documents, statements of people who are not present at the murder?
There it is.
So, and it's a difficult question. We don't honestly look at all those reports on any case really I've ever heard of such an exhaustive list, because we don't have those reports available to us. Maybe over a 2-year period, we would have them. I don't know.
As you're looking,
Dr. Raven, Ms. Blake went over a litany of other reports and statements from other witnesses, a variety of other documents. When a forensic pathologist is examining a variety of other documents that are not related to the medical reports and the scientific evidence, is that an example of confirmation bias?
objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Is that an example of confirmation bias when you take into account all of these other reports, documents, statements of people who are not present at the murder?
So, and it's a difficult question. We don't honestly look at all those reports on any case really I've ever heard of such an exhaustive list, because we don't have those reports.
So, I mean, there it is. Are you? I'm not sure whether we're even, my mic's working, but anyway, I think that, I mean, we heard it, the word murder there. He came out of his mouth. I was trying to see what look came on Chad's face when she's, and even this specialist here goes, well, that's a hard question because he's done called it a murder whenever she is trying to steer him away from calling it a murder. And he's done called it a murder in the question. He said, well, that's a hard one. I guess it is. Let's hear it again.
I'm working on that meme right now. All right, I'm gonna back out of here and work on some other stuff on this.
Okay.
I gotta work on what we got. All right.
What's
Bye.
the
I mean, I'm here.
scientific evidence?
Okay.
Is that an example of confirmation bias?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Is that an example of confirmation bias when you take into account all of these other reports, documents, statements of people who are not present at the murder?
So, and it's a difficult question. We don't honestly look at all those reports on any case really I've ever heard of such an exhaustive list, because we don't have those reports available to us. Maybe over a 2-year period, we would have them. I don't know. But we don't. Again, we always base it off scientific evidence, what we have in front of us, the autopsy. Either we have a cause of death or we don't. We try not to speculate. We try not to guess on what a cause of death is. There's lots of implications to that for anybody. So generally speaking, it is bias. If that's what you're using to determine a cause of death for, that's bias. Either you have a cause of death or you don't. And then again, if we had a case like this where we don't have a cause of death, we do just call it undetermined. And we put that list we've talked about today. These are potential findings, but we don't commit to one of those.
Okay. And to commit to some other information like a plastic bag.
So I'm going to go back to the, so we don't lose our place. Y'all, I've been checking because I looked on Nate's Twitter and he did not catch it, but I saw that the True Crime Squad caught it, and also Gigi is there today from Pretty Lies and Alibis, and she's reporting that she also heard prior say this was a murder. Now I've got the hiccups. I guess too much moonshine early give you hiccups. Oh my gosh, y'all. So much for my brain. I wonder if the jurors, I bet you at least, you know, and the jurors can't talk amongst themselves now, but whenever they go to deliberate, yeah, they can. I don't think they'll have the option of the replay like we do. Maybe they will. I don't know. Does anybody know if that's possible? If they can, do they get transcripts of the witness testimony if they want it, or get to see the witness testimony again if they want it? Does anybody know who's involved in the court system? I don't know what jurors do. But yes, he definitely called Tammy's murder a murder. There you go, John. Excuse me, I'm on mute a minute. Good heavens, coughing my head off. I'm going to see if I can tell how long it's been since they went on break. Can you imagine that the day after the funeral, this man, Chad Daybell, had Lori over to his house? Probably they could all insult Tammy's housekeeping and insult Tammy's taste in decorations and all the other crappy things that they've done. Let's see. Back in 20 or 30 minutes, 24 minutes ago. Okay, so that means in just any minute they are coming back. And I've got the cough, and I want you to apologize. I do not like to have interactions with law enforcement because I like to obey the law and not have interactions with law enforcement. But if they came to my house today and knocked on my door and they dug somebody up in my backyard, I would try to be nice with them. I'd try to be nice with them if I didn't know nothing about it, because I sure don't want them to blame me. I don't want to aggravate with them. And I don't know why. I do not know why. Natalie Huber says, Char, okay, I didn't realize that. I thought only evidence could be requested. Okay, so I'm going to go back and see what Char said, because I'm interested in that too, Natalie Huber. Char, Truth Seeker says, yes, Donna, the jury can request to hear her testimony. I have served before on more than one occasion. Okay, well, cool. I have been called for jury duty twice in the past couple of years, but they didn't. Once I was called, you know how they have you report in, and I reported in, and there was nothing there. I don't know whether they weren't having court or why I was excused. And I think the first time that I was asked to do jury duty, I thought, oh my God, how can I get out of this? And now, since I've watched this, I think that as many good citizens with good sense should be on as many juries as you can. You do not want to leave this to crazy people. Rabbit says the jury can request the testimony be read to them. Yes. Kelly Louise Brown says Garth said tool shed unlocked so they can throw it at AC totally for the kids' burial. Alex Cox, yeah. He wasn't out there long enough to bury JJ, to dig that hole and bury JJ. And it blows my mind if they had a big ass fire in the middle of the day, cooking Tylee and eating her or whatever they were doing over there.
Thank you. Please be seated. We can have the jurors brought in, please. You may, Mr. Pryor. And who's the next witness you'll be calling, Mr. Pryor?
Regan Price.
Okay, thank you.
All right, please. Here's our present account for your honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The defense continues its case in chief. Mr. Pryor, you may call your next witness.
Defense calls Regan Price.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Your chin picks up the best.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, before we inquire, we did have a quick sidebar this morning on an inquiry on the exclusionary order. That does not relate to this witness, correct? The sidebar?
No.
Okay, thank you for the clarification, Mr. Pryor. So in this case, then the witness is sworn, Ms. Price. I'll just have a few questions before we begin with your testimony. This trial has been publicly streamed online as well as reported in the news and open to the public here while it's taken place. Have you watched any of the testimony of any witness that's testified here in this trial?
No.
Okay. Have you talked to anyone else who has testified or talked to anyone about your testimony?
No.
Okay. Thank you for confirming that, Mr. Pryor. If you'd like to start with your direct, you may.
And Judge, before we start, I have Defense Exhibit 76 that I'm going to move for admission. It represents approximately a 2-minute interview with Ms. Price. My understanding is that the state, Ms. Beatty, is going to stipulate to its admission.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Very well. Defense Exhibit 76 then will be admitted.
Judge, if I may have 76 returned to me after it's marked and entered.
Okay, we'll have the clerks mark the exhibit and have that returned.
And while we're waiting, Judge, if I can start if you'd like, if I may.
Okay, if you want to go ahead and start with your direct, you may, and we'll just have the bailiff, now that he's got that, provide that to you, and then we can go.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Price.
Good morning.
And would you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yep, it's Regan Price, and it's ReegenPrice.
And Ms. Price, at some point in 2018, 2019, you were a neighbor of Mr. Daybell and Tammy Daybell, is that correct?
That's correct.
And in relation,
I'm sorry, could I get you to kind of talk right close to that microphone? It only picks it up if you're right next to it. Thank you.
Mhm.
and you noted that that was correct.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell me, did you live south of them off of 200? Is that fair?
Yes,
And across the street on the Salem Highway would have been Joe and Emma Murray.
yes,
So then Joe and Emma would have been kitty corner to Chad. Is that correct?
yes.
I'd like to draw your attention to September 9th of 2019. It's noted that you, at some point during that time, there are some reports that you heard some sort of a gunshot on that day. Do you recall that?
I do remember hearing gunshots on a certain day. I'm not for certain which date that is.
Okay. Did
Uh,
you, go ahead.
No, I'm,
Okay. And when you say gunshots, was it gunshots or gunshot?
to my knowledge, I remember there was maybe one, but
Okay. Okay. And to your recollection, you believe that it may or may not have been on September 9th?
I don't have a date.
Did you have an occasion to contact law enforcement and talk to them about that?
On a day that we did contact law enforcement, there was a couple things that we had discussed that was unusual, but it wasn't on that specific day with the shooting.
Okay. And at some point you've discussed this case with law enforcement on a couple of occasions. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. One of those would have been on or around June 9th of 2020.
I don't know the date, but
Okay.
It-
And then again, you had one potentially on May 5th of 20. Do you recall that as well? A longer discussion?
mhm,
Okay. And Judge, I'd like to publish Defense Exhibit 76, if I could.
You may.
I might need some assistance. Trying to, and then the volume, if you could. We're going to get everybody to help.
I just got across, you know, because we weren't around them a lot, but the few times we were, it's easy to remember because we weren't around them a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Well, thank you. Thanks for talking with me. I appreciate it. I'll let get back to your kids, and I'm sure we're all you're all over the news right now, Fox
You know
News.
what? I was actually kind of glad that it wasn't all day. I'm like, are we gonna hear that like all day? Because it was like nice. This is the most peaceful this road has
Right.
been.
Oh.
So long.
Don't have to worry about kids. They're
Yeah.
no one here. So
Probably like this, not cartoon.
We seriously do, because we were gonna build our house this year, but I told you like we wanted to get the rest of our debt paid off before we built that. We're just gonna build back.
Judge, could we have just a moment?
Yes.
Let's get out of that first.
And to just clarify, was that part of Exhibit 76 that was being published there?
I believe so, Judge, yes.
Thank you.
Am I ready? Let's try again, Judge. You may want to stick around.
Found something.
yeah, it's good. Everything's good right now. Everything's a good
I
thing.
didn't know
It's all
everything
good,
will
yeah.
come out eventually,
Yeah.
you know, just makes the
Yeah.
curiosity, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So what do I do? Well, it was just playing, right?
Yeah, but are you able to tell the timestamps?
I can't really tell the timestamps, but I want to play the entire 2 minutes. Well, it doesn't matter. I think we're ready, Judge.
All right, give me just a moment here. Let me consult with.
And you're,
I'm gonna have another person maybe take a look at that, Mr. Pryor, to see if
we're
any
gonna
additional
answer
assistance
probably.
on that device.
You heard a gunshot then? Yeah, and it was like, and they said it was a raccoon. And it was about that same time, we had set the timeline to Ron, because we checked our phone and it was like what is the Rob Wood, is that the prosecuting?
Uh-huh.
Okay. We had talked to them and we had looked it up on our phone records to try to put it together, you
Yeah.
know? But like our neighbors up here, like they will go shoot birds and stuff in the mornings. And so we'll hear that sometimes, but it was close. And like our bedroom window's right here. And we sleep with the window open most of the time because
Did you see anybody out there?
no, but we just heard it. So that's what we were thinking. We're like, it wasn't afternoon because he would have been at work. That it would have been morning. so-
Morning. Huh.
Anyways, we'll just keep
Yeah.
thinking.
Yeah, no, and even details that you're like, that's probably nothing. We take them, right?
Well,
I mean, at
that's
this
what we
point, we'll,
decided after we called him because we're like, we sat on it for a while and then we're like, well, maybe it will help, So
yeah,
just our timeline experience with them.
Yeah.
Because we weren't around them a lot, but the few times we were, it's easy to remember because we weren't around them a lot.
yeah, absolutely. Okay. Well, thank you. Thanks for talking with me. I appreciate it. I'll let get back to your kids, and I'm sure we're all you're all over the news right now. Fox
You know
News,
what? I
CNN,
was
and-
actually kind of glad that it wasn't all day. I'm like, are we gonna hear that like all day? Because it was like nice. This is the most peaceful this road has
Right.
been in
Oh.
so long.
Don't have to worry about kids. They're
Yeah.
no one here, so.
Probably like this, not cartoon.
We seriously do, because we were gonna build our house this year, but I told you like we wanted to get the rest of our debt paid off before we built that. We're just gonna build that here. And we went out there to scope out where we were gonna put it, and I'm like, do you hear that?
Judge, I can stop at this point.
Like just that much further away from it and you don't hear it. Cool. Good.
At least I think I can.
All right.
So, Ms. Price, you've heard the audio tape, and I believe that goes back to June 9th of 2020. You recall that now?
if that's the date, but yes, I remember that conversation that I had.
Okay. And then you made some comment that you heard a shot and there was some discussion about raccoons. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then there was a further discussion about you, and it's unclear who you provided a timeline to, but you provided a timeline to somebody. Do you recall?
So my husband and I both discussed just some strange events that happened with the Daybells over the last year.
Okay.
And it was my husband and I creating a timeline together because, like I've stated, I don't have any dates,
Okay.
but there was enough going on that we were trying to figure out where everything was so that by the time we did talk to a detective or a police officer, it was informational and resourceful and beneficial to
And
them.
do you recall in a later interview where there was a discussion about you and your husband, and your husband made some mention about that he'd be a really good detective? Do you remember that discussion?
I remember that in the audio, but
Okay.
that was my husband, not me.
Okay. And do you remember the discussion that you would work through Joe Murray to try to get some information about locating the kids,
I do. I remember that.
and that you'd be willing to wear a wire?
I do. I remember that. There was children missing and I was willing to do whatever it took to find these children.
Right. And then in addition, there was some talk about the fact that your husband in the past had plowed up, done some cultivation for Joe's garden or something like that.
Yeah, that's correct. He did it for a lot of the neighbors around the
Right.
neighborhood.
And Officer K had offered to,
Objection, hearsay.
was there a discussion about using?
Hold on, there's a pending objection. It's sustained.
Was there a discussion about using police funds to help pay $50?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you engage in any discussion regarding accepting payment from the police to doing certain?
Objection, hearsay, misstates the evidence.
Overruled.
Did you do any kind of a discussion with the police for some sort of payment to work with the police and regarding the Daybell case?
I think in reference to that conversation that you're talking about, Officer K just comically said that, and it was more of a personal. It wasn't as an officer using officer funds.
And you took that as a joke, is that right?
I did.
All right, nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Beatty, cross-examination once you're ready.
Good morning, Ms. Price. Do you prefer that I call you Ms. Price or that I call you Regan?
Whatever you prefer.
Okay. I'll go with Ms. Price. So you testified that at some point you heard a gunshot, correct?
I did. Yes.
And that was in the early morning? Was that your testimony?
I believe it was.
Do you remember what day that took place? I believe it was your testimony that you didn't remember the specific day.
Yes, I don't remember the date.
Do you remember the time frame?
I don't. Just looking back at the audio, being refreshed with that, but as far as it's been 4 years, to my knowledge, it was just based off of that. It was morning, afternoon time, but not a specific time.
Could it have been at some point before September 9th?
Definitely.
Could it have been at some point after September 9th?
I don't recall it was after September 9th.
Okay. And out in the country, is it uncommon for people to have guns?
No, it's very common for people to have guns.
Okay. Now, you briefly testified about your discussion with Officer K. Would that be Detective Kaya Kamanu?
It is, yes.
Okay. And you joked around with him?
Very briefly.
Did you ever accept payment from law enforcement?
Never.
Okay. And if I may have just one moment.
You may.
And I have no further questions for this witness.
All right, thank you, Ms. Beatty. Oh, hold on, we've got
Sorry.
direct possibly.
Sorry.
You may.
Ms. Price, you don't have a direct recollection of when you heard that gunshot, correct?
I don't.
But did you recall hearing on the audio tape that there was a combination of a gunshot, a raccoon, and the name Chad Daybell? How often does those three happen on a particular day?
Objection misstates the testimony, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right. That will conclude the testimony of this witness. I don't know if she's appearing under subpoena. If so, I'd like to inquire whether or not she can be released from the subpoena.
And Your Honor, I believe the state did have her under subpoena. We would release her from our subpoena at this point.
And Judge, the defense has her under subpoena, and we're releasing her as well.
Okay, that concludes your testimony. Then you can go ahead and leave.
And Judge, could we have a quick sidebar?
Yes. All right, counsel, I've had a sidebar in terms of scheduling. The defense has two more witnesses that are scheduled to appear today. One hasn't quite arrived because I guess we went a little quicker through the morning than anticipated. The other will be here shortly after the lunch break. So at this time, there are some matters the court can take up to use this time on a few motions and things that would be outside the presence of the jurors as well. We're going to go ahead and take another recess at this point, and then once the witness shows up for before lunch, we'll call that witness. We'll take up a few other hearings, and then we'll call the next witness directly after lunch. So we'll take another break at this time.
All right, please.
So I'm not sure. So I'm not sure if we're going to get to see this, or they're just going to make us take a long break again. So we'll have to see what they're doing. And how they handle this.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, counsel, there's a few things that we can do outside the presence of the jurors, but the matter of exhibits is something I think we're going to need more time from the court side to prepare. And at some point before these jurors receive exhibits for deliberations, the court intends to have a conference regarding exhibits to make sure they've all been properly identified and marked before they are submitted for those deliberations. But that is going to take some time with the clerks as well as the court to work through the list and address the ones we have questions on. So I'm not sure we will be doing that today. There was another matter that Mr. Wixom brought up, I think, that we could potentially just clarify on the record before we take a recess here. Mr. Wixom,
Thank you, Your Honor. Judge, may I remain seated?
you may.
Thank you. Judge, I just wanted to call to the court's and the defense's attention under my duty of candor to the court, some information that came in through a witness a few weeks ago that we subsequently found at least is inaccurate. We don't have any reason to believe it was intentional at all. But the court and counsel might recall that we called Heather Daybell as a witness, and in doing so asked a few questions specific to whether or not she had provided any information to Officer David Hope. David Hope was her daughter's father-in-law, and she'd answered no. In fairness, and looking back at the record, I think in fairness, she probably perceived that question as having done so on a personal basis. After her testimony a day or two later in preparation for a different witness, I had reviewed another police report. In this case, there are many, but had for the first time found her name referenced in an entirely different report with David Hope. It did not appear that she gave any information in that, but she was in an interview with that officer. We immediately, once we realized this, disclosed that to the defense so they could be aware of it. If there's they felt any need to call that to the jury's attention and the court's attention. I at least up until this point, I don't believe they've felt that need. I think it's probably fairly inconsequential, other than after the testimony, we became aware that it was inaccurate testimony. Again, not disparaging Ms. Daybell. I don't think she at all intended to give incorrect testimony. I think it's been 5 years since this case began, and I think it was probably just an oversight on her part, if not confusion from the line of questioning. So again, out of candor, we just wanted to note that for the record, make sure the court knew about it and make sure that the defense knew. And I think they've known for a few weeks now. So just wanted to call that to the court's attention.
All right. So the state's made a proffer regarding a perceived inaccuracy or actual inaccuracy in testimony. Mr. Pryor, does the defense wish to respond in any way on that?
Just very briefly, Judge, Mr. Wixom actually, right after Ms. Daybell's testimony, provided me another one of his very late communications to me that day. And this is a non-issue. There is no issue here whatsoever. There is nothing that I would even suggest is some inaccurate disclosure. I absolutely agree with Mr. Wixom's assessment that this was not something that is inconsistent with what Heather Daybell said to this tribunal or even to the jury. So in my opinion, there's absolutely no issue here.
Okay, well, what the court could potentially do to cure that would be to require Ms. Daybell, if she were subpoenaed either by the parties or under the court's own initiative, to return for further testimony. And based on your comments, Mr. Pryor, I would understand you would waive or forego the right for additional testimony based on that disclosure. Is that correct?
Judge, there is absolutely no reason to bring Ms. Daybell back for any further indication on this thing. Again, I want to make it very clear for the record that this is inconsequential and there is absolutely no issue here whatsoever.
Okay.
And I appreciate Mr. Wixom being so forthright and candor, even if it was in the middle of the night when he let me know.
All right, so we'll go ahead and consider the matter resolved on the record then and notified duly to the defense on that issue. At this time then, if counsel wants to remain available, there may be another matter I think we might be able to take up in regards to jury sequestration on issues I may want to discuss with you today to use some of this time. If we have a lapse in time also, that would likely be done outside of the public presence, as it would discuss matters related to the jurors. So we'll go ahead and remain on this break. Once your witnesses arrive, Mr. Pryor, let us know, and then we'll figure out how to best use our time today before your next witness arrives after lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be in recess.
All right.
So we're waiting for John Pryor's witnesses to show up, is I think what we're doing. And that could be any time. Or we wait until after dang lunch, which is like 2 hours. Smoke them if you got them. Okay. That's a good idea. Hippie Gypsy. Or, no, that wasn't Hippie Gypsy. Who said smoke them if you got them? Lil Brands. Lil Brands, you know. Lil Brands, no. Lil Brands said, like, share, and subscribe. TC says, hell yeah, bring the Queen Pot Stirrer back. She is the truth. That's it, Jay. I'm with Lil Brands. Just kidding, says Susan Wright. He is like, nope, nada. No more Heather, thank you. Mad Donut says, just kidding, me too. The pain finding no corn, wheat, eggs, dairy, and decent tasting food. I'm so sorry, Mad Donut. Hippie Gypsy says, I would hate for anything to be blamed on Heather to fall through in this case. Isn't that something? Little Brands, laugh out loud, Donna. Angela says, they sure don't want Heather to come back. Bewitched says, Little Brands knows. Look, come on. Little Brands says, come on over and hit this dab off. Hit that dab. I've never done a dab, but it sounds dabalicious. Hippie Gypsy says, I stick to edibles. I like flowers, Hippie Gypsy. I'm a flower girl. All the way. Squeaky Will. The prosecutor wanted to recall Heather Daybell in order to correct some testimony, but Pryor didn't fall for it. Pryor does not want Heather anywhere near that courtroom. Poor Heather, man. It's interesting how they want to blame something on her at this stage. Bewitched. I'm there, Little Brands. Ravenna Denver says, me too, Hippie. Nobody needs to be as high as dabs make you. When I did not know about that dabs thing, Ravenna Denver, that might be something. Because I am a medical, Mississippi medical girl. And there's more to it than you just have to get your doses right and even finding your flour that is got the same quality from one week to the next. It'd be like if your prescription was a little different every week when you got it. You don't know how that would work out. Pryor doesn't want to hear Heather Daybell's voice again. More truths might slip out, said MK Villaverde. Ooh, you Villaverde. It's a little bit of green over there. Angela Davison from Facebook says, pot stirs unite. Liza Joe says, Mormon. Lil Brand says, made you say it. Right on. It's dabalicious. Dabalicious. Yeah, it is dabalicious. I have to try that. Mad Donut says, hippie gypsy. I wish edibles worked for me. I wish they did too, Mad Donut. TC said, how can Chad sit and listen to how much no one believed him or liked him? It was so weird. Bewitched says, a little dab of do ya. I'm going to try that, Bewitched and all y'all. Just kidding. So now I understand your channel name, Mad Donut. What is your channel name, Mad Donut? Maria Pieces, I just had blueberry pancakes made with my homemade grown blueberries. Oh my gosh. I used to live up in Tennessee, and my landlord had a blueberry grove. And when they would go out of town, I would always watch their animals. And he told me I could, get as many of my oh my God, those blueberries. I would eat blueberries on the way to feed the animals, and I would have me a little handful on the way back. Hang on, y'all. That was my mom wanting to know what the lunch menu was. JoJo says, Donna, do not be trying dabs. No, ma'am. Really? I thought dabs was just more concentrated form of THC, but I don't know what it is, so maybe I should know it. Jessica Rutledge says, I don't discriminate when it comes to the glorious green. Well, that's true, but I still like flowers. Dabs are hard on your throat. Well, I probably wouldn't like that because I don't like anything that's hard on my throat. I don't like any, some of these things make you cough more than others, and I'm not down with that either. Are these two witnesses the last of Pryor's witnesses? I think they're the witnesses he has for today. I don't think he said the last two, period. But it could be. I may have misheard that. Dream Big says Heather was one of the first people trying to get the others to see what Chad's crazy beliefs he was spreading. And, we were in the, deciphering, why in the world would Emma want to stay in that house where her mother was murdered, died? Why would she want to stay in that constant trauma? Because clearly right now that house is never going to be theirs. It's not, it's only a rental property. Why do they have to stay in that house, on that property? Is there something else hid there that they don't want other people to find if they sell it? Do they think that end times is going to happen and that little creek next to them is going to turn into a river and they'll have more expensive property? I mean, why do they want to stay in that house? It doesn't make any sense. Nobody here thinks that house is a beautiful piece of architecture. I mean, looking at those mountains, that would be pretty nice, but they don't do anything to make that a nice place. I'm going to read some more of your comments. I've been a mad donut. Well, shoot, I lost it. I've been a mad donut for 15 years. I've been allergic for almost 5. Little Brand says low temperatures is best. Okay. That's don't get it too hot. That's why it burns your throat, because you get it too hot. Maria P, where are you? I'm packing. Just kidding. Is looking for Maria P. Ravina Denver says, I sat in the kitchen hallway for 2 hours conversing with my dog when I did dabs. I'm pretty sure he was talking back. Brutus talks back. Not everybody understands him, but Brutus does talk. Jessica Rutledge says cereal milk strainers. You know, Jessica, I tried that one recently, cereal and milk. They don't have things on a regular basis. When you find something that you really, really like, they don't have it the next time you go. And I mean, I found a few things that I thought, oh my gosh, this is the crap here. This is the one. And then you can't get it anymore. Banana cream pie. Jessica Rutledge. Banana cream pie is pretty good too, but they want to sell it with banana cream and jealousy. That jealousy part will whoop you. I had a 10-gram a day prescription for a while. Oh, 10 gram? I think that in Mississippi, your week is it's not 14 grams. 14 grams plus 3, it would be, what, 17 grams a week? A little more than that. It's like 3/4 of an ounce. And I don't know about y'all, but that's a lot. I can't smoke no 3/4 of an ounce a week. That's a lot. Bo Peep says, what the crap are we talking about here? What the F is a dab? Bo Peep, it's some medical marijuana term. I don't really know what it means. But a dab a do you, no matter what it is. Why are we talking about this? That's a very good question. I don't know. Because we think that everybody in the courtroom is going to need to pass one around. And these folks here, I don't know what kind of things they were doing to make their brain so crazy. But as Crescia says, I wish it was drugs involved. It'd make more sense if it was drugs involved. Little Brand says it's a cannabis concentrate is what a dab is. That's a commitment, I think, Little Brands. I think that they do have that at the dispensary, but it's like very expensive. And once you get it, that's what you can like, that's what you got. And it's a commitment, because that would be what I would do. And I don't know if I'm ready for a commitment like that, since I don't know how to do it. Carolina Hurtado says, hippie gypsy, that's my thing. Yum, I love edibles. Helps my arthritis and whatever. I'm pretty healthy. A little crazy in the brain, but I'm healthy. Hippie gypsy says, you need a stronger edible. I think I did. Liza Joe says, sorry, Donna. Jessica Rhoda says, tinctures. Yeah, they have that too. Right, I see. Carolina A says, right, I see it that way. He doesn't want her in the courtroom. Cancel the decent human comment. Yes. Katie Gray says, dabs are my favorite currently partaking. Well, I'm interested in that. Eric Jasper says, I love that Pot Stirrers Unite. Crescia's got to make a bumper sticker or something with that. A bumper sticker. I hadn't even thought of that, Eric. We'll have one. Bumper sticker. Hollywood Jaded, very welcome here. The pros teams and the outset decided not to hire an evidence secretary so as to instead beef up the prosecution's team fully. This is why the evidence not marked until testimony, and judge was pissed. Well, that is kind of dumb not to, They don't need no help and administrative assistant. They don't want to share no money with anybody else. You see what it gets them? Yeah, it pisses me off too since you've told it to me, Hollywood Jaded. I want to welcome you here. And if you're not a subscriber, please subscribe. I love your comments. And I would like to invite everybody here to please like the video. Right now, our video, we've got 240 people watching and 157 likes. So I'd like to encourage everybody to like this video right now. Let's see if we can make that thing spin. Y'all go. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. Yeah, y'all spinning it. Mad Donut says, oh, Medea thinks I recommend the magical butter machine to those who are like edibles and tincture. The magic butter machine. I'm going to look that up. I'm going to write it down. Donna Dabbs is a fresh flower that's been pressed and squeezed are all out of the moisture. It's equivalent to tree sap. Ooh. But it smells good. Little Brand says, thank you, Donna, for being so awesome. I wish that I was awesome, but thank you for the compliment. Eric says, Carolina Hurtado, in my something, after ingesting just one dab, kids, it just now coming back. I've seen people, though, smoke so much of it that they get no benefit anymore. So, yeah, I think that too, Eric. And that's the same thing with any of it. I think that I might be need to change and not do, I don't know. Who wants to stop? Eric Jasper says, Ravenna, Denver, is that so? I'm curious if it would help opiate issue out of the way. Man, that place was in bad shape for a while. I'm going to say that most people I don't know about most people, I really don't. But the people I've saw that did opiates or pain pills and morphine, heroin, and all that stuff, they were not interested in no pot. That was not their deal. And I don't think I don't know why. Good morning, detectives. Hugs back. It's like you wish they would trade one of those things for the other, because that opiates are a terrible, terrible thing to have to get over. Little Brand says, good morning, Detective's daughter. Hugs back. Bo Peep says, I'm still trying to figure out the dynamics between Joe Murray's parents and Tammy. Joe Murray's parents were in-laws. See, they were Joe Murray was married to Emma, so they were like in-laws. I know if you've ever been in a situation like that, when you get married, your parents become our parents on both sides, or they're supposed to. So why were they were jealous of Tammy, damn it. They were all making fun of her because they were jealous of Tammy, because she wasn't like them. Carolina Hurtado says, difficult research. At this rate, Chad Daybell's trial will be over before Friday. Good. So they can find, she's got it, Quilty. We're going to find you, Quilty. Guilty, Quilty. TC says, I never heard of a trial that takes so many breaks, long lunches, dinner early in the day. So many days off. I don't think they had as many days off with this one as they did Lori's, but they do take a lot of breaks, and they quit early in the day. I don't know what's going to happen. I wonder who he's going to call next, because he's called the kids. I would think if there was any more family members, he would have already done with them. KJ and the Ray, are you in the chat? Would you put in the chat who you think they're going to call next? What kind of, is it going to be another Keto and Crime is in the chat. Hey, Keto and Crime. Then we have the sentencing portion to sit there. I know Keto and Crime. We'll all be alcoholics and crippled from sitting in a chair by the time this is over. Salma Vanilla says the bigger they are, the harder they fall. Church is going to make a big thud. I think he is too. Little Brand says, yes, everything in moderation. Yes, it helped people to get off of opioids and manage their pain. Lots of new studies coming out. If you can get them to do it. Bo Peep, who are Joe Murray's parents? TC and Bo Peep. Joe Murray's parents are the people who were in a competition with Tammy to do steps. Remember, they were like seeing who could walk the most and get the most Fitbit. The parents were in competition with Tammy to exercise, and these Joe Murray's parents thought it would be nice of them to tell law enforcement that they thought this murdered woman was so low down that she would cheat at stupid games. That's how. I do not know all the things that Joe Murray's parents did, but the local people who were there, the True Crime Squad girls who lived locally there, they said that Joe Murray's parents were very, very ugly and loud, but that when the bodies were found in the backyard, they shut up a little bit. So Joe Murray's parents were on Chad's side, and I'm still there on Chad's side. Poor Tammy. She was in with a group of people, and none of those people cared. None of those people in Tammy's family cared about her. Kids didn't care about her. Aunt Vicky cares about her. That's not who I'm talking about. I'm talking about Chad and those disrespectful, ungrateful kids. I know I sound like a bully, don't I? But knowing the details, it fits. Eric Jasper says, WV, remember the opiate epidemic out there was terrible, y'all. I mean, terrible. They lost, I think, over half their community in some spots from ODs. Yeah, that's West Virginia. Yeah, my kids have probably 5. I probably could count the number of kids that my kids know that have died of overdoses from opiates. Yeah, it's scary as hell knowing that your children are friends, associates to people who take that much drugs and kill themselves. We all know people like that, but they hide it. Liza Joseph is just kidding. I fear time allows for mistrial. Tech knows time can be an enemy to the jury as well. It's by design, right? Thank you. Maybe. Mad Donut says, Donna sounds like Bob Barker. Hit that button. Hit that button. Hit that button. Or like Oprah, you get a car. You get a car. You get a car. Janelle Murphy says, just picked my car up at the shop in Springville. The guy asked me why I was going to Boise, and I told him he got a sad look on his face and told me that Tammy was a wonderful person. Isn't that something? Tammy's reputation, oh my God, is so wonderful and nice that this man that was working on Janelle Murphy's car in a different state told him what a nice, wonderful woman Tammy Daybell was. I'm sure sorry she had this crappy family. Little Brand says they are rescheduling cannabis currently from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. So no matter political issues, with studying. So no more political issues with studying its benefits. Well, pretty good. Yeah. Man, Donut said, I smoke over a pound a month. Oh my gosh. Well, I do not. That's a lot. I'm trying to even think how much. I'm turning pounds into ounces, into grams. It's a lot of math involved with this, y'all. Y'all just think that it's just all fun and games. But Mad Donut will tell you there's math involved. Janelle Murphy says the shop person said he knew both Chad and Tammy. He looked like he was in shock. I don't think he knew by the look on his face. Oh my God. I just want to I told my mom, I'm not a violent person, but I want to cut me a switch and go to Idaho, whoop some people. I can't see how anyone wants to opiates. They make me puke, and I can't take pain medication without anti-nausea meds. Me either, TC. That I get sick from pain medications, and at this point in my life, over probably the last 20 years, if somebody you know what I'm saying, if the doctor gives me pain pills, I don't even take them, because I just as soon have pain as to be that sick at my stomach, you know. Little Brand says, oh, Janelle, that makes me ache just a bit. It does too. It does me too. Janelle, we love you so much, and we're with you, and thank you for going to Boise. And I hope you will send us some pictures and everything, because we're crazy for you, Janelle Murphy. TC said, I can't see how anyone wants to. Oh, that's the one we already talked about. Beach Lady says, oh, sweet Janelle. Ravina Denver says, I think Emma was a spy her whole life on Tammy. She reported everything she did to Chad, and they tore her apart behind her back. I really get that was Emma's job. Yes. If you don't think your child can be turned into a spy for your mate, you need to wake up. Salma Vanilla says, when my nurse surgeon prescribed me OXI after spinal surgery, it was awful. I switched to MM. From prescribed to Oxy and switched to MM. I know. I mean, it is, if you get hurt, and that's how a lot of people get hooked on these drugs too, is because they give them to you when you hurt your ankle or have surgery, and then when you have to come off of, you're sick as you can be. And I have had look, a friend of mine, she went in the hospital and had a baby, and this is going to sound terrible, and men, if you don't, you might not with this, but she had a baby and they did a mean episiotomy. She ripped and they had to repair her, and she was hurting real bad, so they kept her on pain medicine. And then when they take her off the pain medicine, she thought she was getting the flu. Remember how? Because whenever a person is like starting to go into like withdrawal, they feel like they're having the flu or something. They're that sick. They're like shaking and hurting and aching. And I mean, it makes them damn sick, and it can kill somebody to go straight off of them. It's a terrible thing, people. KJ in the race says she's driving. Well, KJ, drive. I don't know if KJ told us who she thought the next. I guess it's going to be a special. It's going to be experts that he calls next. He did say that he just had 2 more for today, but he may have meant 2 more forever. I don't know. I'm going to see what Nate's saying over on the Twitter land, because he would give us some idea if the. Okay. Nate says in the hallway of the courthouse, Boyce says his defense has 2 more witnesses today. If you recall, Pryor said during opening statement that he planned to call the following: Chad's children, done. Kathy Raven, done. So, okay, so I'm going to put this in the chat, what that Nate says that these are his, Nate is saying he may be done after this. So I'm going to put in the chat so you can see. Nate says that Boyce says the defense has 2 more witnesses today. And if you recall, Pryor said that during opening statements that he planned to call the following: Chad's children, done. Dr. Kathy Raven, done. And the 2 others are Greg Haspian and Patrick Eller. So according to, it's looking like Nate is trying to like hint to us that this could be over today, people. So Nate says that Hapkin is a DNA expert and Eller is the data forensic expert, and the 2 will be witnesses this afternoon. I hope to God they're not going to make us wait till 2 o'clock to come back for this, because y'all are going to get real sick of hearing me talk if we have to talk that long. So Happian is the DNA expert. Eller is the forensic. Yeah, he called Chad's Garth's lawyer, and he wasn't on that, was he? They pulled those jail calls up that shows Emma's big old liar and Garth's a suspect. Drainage District says, I hope they are done. Give it up to the jury. Let them say guilty and sentence him today. It's past time. Then on to Arizona. Thank you, Drainage District. I agree. Please like this video. Carolina Ortega says, exactly, Donna Donald. That's what them doctors do. My poor daughter went through all that mess, and I helped her and told her never again, because of her life-threatening disease. She always in and out of the hospital. I know if they get you on those drugs and you can't get off of them. Oh, Janelle, you better get on up there to that, because it looks like that this may be it this afternoon on the, I don't know, just what Nate is saying. That's not anything from anybody but Nate, you know, but Nate is always getting inside information. So what do y'all think? Do y'all think it may be it this afternoon? But even if it is it, like if he, you know, these are his last 2 witnesses, they'll have closing statements. Oh my God, I can't even believe it, y'all. Any word on the health of the jury court? I heard possible RSV. Oh no. They got something going. They got they're going to have to, what is it, not quarantine the whole courtroom? Mohawk Mom says, thought Pryor said he was calling 4 expert witnesses. Okay. Well, you know, Nate could be wrong, even though Nate knew to go to Hawaii. Detective's daughter says she lost my son at 26 years old. I'm so sorry, Detective's daughter. Just kidding. Drainage District said, do y'all know if any of the lawyers for Arizona are watching the trial close to use to convict their behinds for trials? Also, Brandon, I don't know if they got time to. Dream Pink says, Detective's daughter. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Hippie Gypsy says, Detective Star, that's such a suck, sweetheart. Kim Stearns, and I am so sorry, Detective's daughter. Thank you, Little Brands. Hollywood Jaded says, condolences to you, Dr. Stoddard. Little Brands. Long Gray Mares. I'm so sorry, girl. Hippie Gypsy says, I'm tearing it up now. They need to get this shit off the street. KJ in the race says, even if prior's finished, there is rebuttal and state, then the closings. You're right, KJ. You're absolutely right. I can't believe we're getting this close. Kim Stern says, my son was 34. Detective, sorry, I'm so sorry. Way too young, says JoJo. Jay says, Laciado, Detective's daughter. Detective's daughter, thank you so much, everyone. I lost 2 sons in a year. Eric Jasper says, Detective's daughter, oh no, Jesus Christ, I'm very sorry. Rhonda says, I'm so sorry. Detective's daughter, my heart and prayers sincerely go out to you. There's a thing that draws us all together. Just kidding. Sends hugs to Detective daughter, just no words. Why are these stairs so damn important? Says Zero. They're not. He made them important. Ravina Denver said, but Hippie Gypsy, they let these drug epidemics run wild for whatever reason. Hippie Gypsy says, Kim, did that happen to you kids too? I hope the state brings it, says Liza Joe. Dream Big says, Detective daughter, my heart goes out to you. Long Grave Mare says, you are in my prayers, Detective's daughter. Drainage District says, Detective's daughter, I'm so very sorry. I lost my 28-year-old when he lost his life in an auto accident, but we will see them again. Eric Jasper says, Kim Stearns, so much very sorry for your loss. I know 2 things with this epidemic too. Dealers are not trying to kill their clients. No, I don't think they're trying to kill their clients. They need to damn get a different job, more under control. Zero says, I'm sorry I have missed this recent chat. My condolences and sorrow. Carolina Hurlado says, my sincere condolences, Detective's daughter. That's absolutely horrible. Hollywood Jada says, oh my goodness, Detective's daughter. Jojo says, Kim, 34, way too young as well. So sorry. Soul's Eyes Jewel says, I'm sorry, Detective's daughter. Kim Stern says, yes, Hippie Gypsy. Little Brand says, hugs to everyone here who has gone through trauma. Yes. Janelle Murphy says, so short, Detective's daughter, sending you love, my friend. This is not anything you can recover from. Soul's Eyes Jewel says, I agree, says Eric Jasper. Just kidding, Little Brands. That is probably all of us. Eric Jasper says, Little Brands, yes. Air hugs and love to all those who lost their babies, no matter their age. They're our babies. VC Wants a Pony says, the reason was money. Research the Sacker family. Yes, I agree. Detective Stutters, thank you so much. One son was hit in the head by an 82-year-old drunk driver. Oh, my darling. Little Brand's 100%. Liza Justice, remember cracks. Mohawk Mom says, fingers crossed that Arizona charges Chad for the conspiracy in Charles and Brandon's cases. I remember the text between Chad and Alex when the attempt for Brandon was made. Soul Size Jewel says, I'm sorry, Drainage District. Hippie Gypsy says, I really don't know. Hippie Gypsy says, Carolina Hurtado says, that's too much grief for one person, Detective's daughter, sending you many positive vibes and happy thoughts, friend. Dream Big says, one thing for sure, that when you lose a child, it's not a club you want to be in. No, ma'am, it is not. Hippie Gypsy says, it's hard to believe that a dealer would want to kill their customers. They want their money still. Butterfly 23 says, sending love and light to everyone. Eric Jasper says, Donna Donald, yes, ma'am, I'm trying to defend dealers. I'm not trying to, but I'm also a longtime Leo. Outright tell me they need to take what's confiscated and load it up and put it back on the roads. Leo outright tell me they need to take what's confiscated and load it up and put it back on the roads. I don't understand that. But no, I wasn't defending dealers either. They're not trying to kill anybody because they want to keep making money. You can't kill your customers and make money. That would be a bad business model. Liz Joe says, wasn't evidence found in the outbuilding butcher shop of Chad's? I thought it was. Hippie Gypsy says, intentionally anyway. Bewitch says, hugs to everyone who experienced loss. This is why we care so much and we still grieve. Yes, Bewitch, that is why we care so much. We've all been touched. Ravina Denver says, dream big. I don't ever want to be in it. I don't know if I would survive it, honestly. That's the club of parents who've lost children. No, nobody wants to be in that. Nobody wants to be in the family of murdered victims. Little Brand says Sackler family should have been exiled to a desert island. Eric Jasper said, y'all see the suspected drunk driver that hit that bus? That's crazy. Hippie Gypsy says, but I think getting more of them dogs that could smell that shit on the border would be great. I think so too. Vic's text, prayers for Butterfly 23. Detective's daughter, thank you, sweetheart. Carolina Hurtago. Dream Big says, Ravina Denver, it's a club where the pain never goes away. Soulside Jewel says, Eric Jasper, I didn't see that. Kim Starn says, much love and prayers to all. Jessica Rutledge says, law enforcement officers. Eric Jasper, the migrant bus. Oh no. A drunk driver hit it. Oh, that's terrible. Eric Jasper, if you guys remember Alex Murdoch, they thought he went in the skinny shack and watched off. Yikes. Mohawk Mom, Tylee's DNA was on the tools in the outbuilding. Kim Starn says it was very rough damn club. Carolina Hurtago, yes, there isn't a statute of limitations for murder and enough evidence to charge that dang slug in Arizona. Kelly Louise Brown says, my mom passed at age 34 from cancer. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. That is terrible. Lost your mama when you were so young. Detective's daughters, please go and hit the like button. It's a free way to help Cresha out. Okay, everybody hit the like button. We got 210 people in here and only 160 likes. Y'all come on, hit it. Hit that like button. Lynn Lawson says, Detective's daughter, I am so sorry for you. I live in fear of my two sons who are having problems with hard drugs. I don't know how you're making it to just keep going. Oh, Jessica Rutledge. Leo equals law enforcement officers. Okay. So that would help my brain some. And we'll go back and reread that in my brain. Law enforcement. I'm going to say Leo. I like that. Eric Jasper says, those are Jules. It had like 53 people in it. 8 were dead on arrival and many more seriously injured. They expected the death toll to rise. Oh no. I'm going to have to look that up. Drainage District says, I love the way y'all say the victims' names all the time. Maybe silly, but I love hearing my son's name. Let y'all know folks have not forgotten your child. That's right. That is one thing. I don't want anybody to forget Tylee Ryan. I don't want anybody to forget JJ Vallow. I don't want anybody to forget Tammy Daybell. I don't want anybody to forget Charles Vallow. I don't want anybody to forget Joe Ryan. Ravina Denver says, a drunk driver took out my mom when she was 21. He was working for the city spraying weeds on the side of the highway, drunk as he could be. Oh my God, I guess he thought he could do his job drunk. Lord. Eric. Skinny Shack, a place where they prepared what they killed. I know it. You're so fancy with your fancy things that you've got a place where you I just think that's, but I do know people who live lake houses who have places where they clean the fish down by the lake, and it's, they built a place to do it. And I don't somehow think that's these people are like way too much killing of animals and not enough preparing of food. Detective's daughter says, Lynn Lawson, just keep praying. I will pray for them too. I just take it day by day. Some days are better than others. So size Jewel says, I feel you, Lynn Lawson. I live with that fear too. Liza Joe says, migrant workers, very desolate country road. Lil Brand says, safe travels, Janelle. Janelle, be careful. Charlotte Bassett says, I fell asleep and missed things. What did Jen Camp have to do with this? I don't think Jen Camp is in this situation. If she is, I've missed it. Just kidding says, I think the stairs must have been meaningful. Hope the prosecutor will explain closely. I don't know, but I keep wondering why they're talking about it, because I don't think that Tammy Daybell would have been sleeping up in that room. So I don't even know what the conversations of the steps was. I think that was Chad making up some shit at the funeral and not thinking he was going to have people compare notes. I don't know why you think that. Eric Jasper says, Donna Donald, I'd never heard that one before. I don't even know what I said at this point. Dreams big. All their names are forever with us and will never be forgotten. JJ, Tylee, Tammy, Charles, and Joe. Detective's daughter. So says Jules, I will pray for you too. I'm going to go over here. Eric Jasper says, you're 100% Donna on killing animals for no reason besides a photo op for some. Like the woman with the rare black giraffe. I don't know what kind of god lady this is who would do that. Yes, exactly. Like taking pictures of the kids for a trophy. It's terrible. Let's see what if 45 minutes we've been since they broke. Okay, so they're gonna okay. So I'm looking at Twitter and I'm seeing a post from Gigi at Pretty Lies and Alibis, and she says that they called for a lunch break 10 minutes ago and that we will resume at 12:30. And that's 1:30 Central Time, so that's 45 minutes. So, I think I do have something I want to play for y'all while we're waiting, though. Let me see if I can find it. I wonder if Lauren would get mad if we streamed her what she's having to say. I think I'm going to do that.
Killed. Well, I think we know a little bit more why and how. Their absolute indifference. So Joseph Ryan, angry at the fact that Detective Ray Hermosillo would drive by the yard to check on things after 2 children were discovered there, remains, that it's a crime scene. Joseph Murray says, yeah, no, there's no reason for law enforcement to drive by our house, the crime scene, after 2 children were found buried and dismembered and burned there. No reason at all. And they pushed him. Are you sure? But 2 children were buried there. You don't think it's appropriate for a law enforcement official to slowly drive by. Joseph Murray, no, not appropriate. Once the children are found, donezo. Not okay. Not okay. And then he goes on to say, and this was another, I would say, jaw-dropping moment of the trial, is when Joseph Murray and Ingrid even caught it. She was like, what did you just say? Ms. Beatty was like, wait, what did you just say? Even from not the podium. And it was, he said, and he repeated it. I would never, ever be in law enforcement. I can't remember the exact quote. Someone might have it, but like, he would never, it would be the last career of his choice. He would never do it because he disrespects them so much. He has no respect for law enforcement. So this is a man who lives in a house where 2 children were found buried, and he has zero respect for the men who had to uncover these remains and investigate this case. Zero respect, zero compassion, zero empathy, and he's willing to change his story to protect his father-in-law, who is a defendant in this case. So if for anybody that's ever wondered about Joseph Murray and how he can handle living in this house that's owned by John Pryor, even though they never talk allegedly or have ever talked, even though they live in his house, there you go. He sees no reason for law enforcement to investigate any further once the bodies were removed, and does not appreciate this investigation or their care and concern for murdered children. So if you want to know what I've been thinking about Dr. John Matthias, my husband's words yesterday, and how this looks. We know that Emma Daybell was steeped into this belief system, and she admitted as much on the stand because she believed an individual had even entered her body when she had anxiety once, an evil spirit, and her dad had to do a casting on her. We know that she narrated 3 or 4 of Julie Rowe's books, and when the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints stepped in and said, hey, public, these books aren't great, she defended Julie Rowe. We know again that she was very close to many people practicing this belief system. And now we know that her husband has somewhat of a very indifferent attitude towards murdered children. We also learned yesterday and today there's an indifference to their mother. It's, you know, as Emma Daybell explained on the stand yesterday, it's not a goodbye, it's just a see you soon. Well, and she didn't take care of herself. She wasn't healthy. She had no friends. She cheated on her Fitbit. She didn't run a 5K. And she ate McDonald's. The McDonald's thing is interesting too. Yes, I ate a quarter pounder for on behalf of Tammy Daybell yesterday. It was delicious. But let's not forget Lindsay Blake in that moment, where that kind of confused even me at the time, because I had a hard time remembering all the evidence sometimes, where she asked on cross a couple weeks ago or a week ago, I've lost track of time, where she said there was no Big Mac found in Tammy Daybell's stomach during that autopsy, right? And the medical examiner's, correct. Just potatoes and peanuts. So then you have to wonder about that story too. Did they really bring her McDonald's? Did she really eat McDonald's that night? Doesn't seem like it. This idea that she ate McDonald's and threw up, is that story real? Doesn't seem like it. Is anything these children telling us real? It certainly feels, I'm unsure now. And I'm just talking like I might be the jury. It sure doesn't seem like we can trust any of these defense witnesses right now. Regan Price coming up. It was a nothing burger, in my opinion. They called her, the neighbor. Her parents warmly and kindly hosted the memorial fence when the Daybell family pulled it down. You know, that whole idea of 2 missing kids found in their yard, indifferent. And so they hosted the memorial sign in their yard. She testified today, and I guess it was because of a raccoon. There was a raccoon issues, and people have shotguns, and some people, take care of them. It was really a nothing burger. She didn't say much. And I don't think that's going to sway the jury either way either. Anyway, those are my thoughts. Let me tell you what happened after. So we recessed, right? But we all had to stay upstairs because they're discussing some things without the public or the jury being in there. So no gallery, no jury. That really hasn't happened a ton. Most sidebars, we've been allowed to be in there, sitting in court. But in this situation, they requested us to leave. But we were all hanging around for a while because we thought we'd go back in. And then they came out and announced, hey, everyone can go take a lunch break. And so the lunch break concludes in about 30 minutes, 30 to 40 minutes, just, you know. I don't know if any moderators, oh yeah, I see moderators. If anybody can put the link to our live chat and our live stream in chat, that would mean so much. Because I hope that we can all go back there and regroup. You have a little bit of a break. Go get yourself a quarter pounder or anything you desire. And we're going to have 2 new witnesses today, allegedly. Or you know what? Maybe, you know, we were going to have 1 witness before lunch and 1 after. Clearly, there's no witness before lunch. That was another thing. A witness was running late. He has one scheduled for after. So now I don't know, you know, who we're going to see this afternoon, if we're going to see 2 witnesses or 1 witness. But I think it should be pretty interesting. So to my fellow pot stirrers and Venus flytraps and trial watchers and slug salters and defenders of victims, we'll regroup here in our live stream chat in about 40 minutes. And then Dr. John is watching the trial today as well. And so we are going to attempt to go live later today. I don't have a link yet. I'm working on a link because we're trying to get an exact time that works for both of us. But check back for that as well. Hopefully we'll figure that out. All right. So a lot happening here. We're going through witness.
I think Pryor is not managing his optics very well here. Okay. The other thing is, because even Emma sounds kind of robotic herself, it's almost like, oh, my mother is.
So I know I got a lot going on at the same time here, but I was telling y'all that I had listened to this doctor, and he's not fancy. He doesn't have all that many subscribers, and he's not, you know, a wonderful speaker or anything, but he added a lot of, you know, to what I was thinking anyway, but not without being someone who is so aware of the religious things. So anyways, I wanted to let y'all listen to this while we wait to come back from lunch, if that's okay. So I'm going to start this.
This specimen of a human who has feelings for animals. She really likes cute little critters like ducks and geese. And so it's kind of like he's not managing the optics, because the person who's talking about Tammy, you know, I don't know if Emma likes animals or not, but because she sounds so android and so robotic, it's sort of like he's creating an optics contrast where the robot who's describing the specimen of human who likes animals, it kind of makes Emma look really bad, you know, in contrast. So it's kind of like, oh, I get it. Tammy's the human and the rest of them are androids, kind of thing. And so I don't know if Pryor realizes, but indirectly or unconsciously or, you know, unintentionally, he's really kind of showing a contrast in optics that I don't think a good lawyer would allow.
At any time, did you and your father ever discuss his knowledge of where the children might be?
Yes. I was told that the children were in a safe place.
Okay. And was that understanding through your discussions with your dad?
Yes.
Okay, to me, this is horrible. I don't know that John Pryor could have made a worse mistake. Okay, I did another video where I said I thought John Pryor was a pretty good lawyer. I think I'm gonna have to change my opinion. I think he's really good at objections. I mean, he knows how to handle objections. He's very fluent in the courtroom, but I don't think John Pryor knows how to manage optics. Okay, maybe John Pryor hasn't done enough death penalty murder cases, because in these cases, very serious cases, you have to manage the optics just as much as you have to manage the facts. Okay, and here what he's forgetting is that maybe Emma doesn't know, but the jury has heard enough information to know that Chad probably knew where the kids were, right? So now it looks creepy as hell when Chad, like a good paternalistic patriarch, tells his slave daughter, his mind-controlled, hypnotized daughter, the children are in a safe place. You know what I mean? For the jury, that looks terrible because they have enough information to know that Chad damn well knew where the kids were. And then now they can see that he brainwashes his kids by feeding them, just propaganda, basically he's not even truthful with his children. So now the jury can put together, well, that's why this girl thinks her father's innocent, because he just brainwashes her, and it's going to get worse.
Now, do you recall when you had that discussion about the exhumation of your mother?
December 13th, 2019.
Okay. And at that time, was it your indication that your mother had not been exhumed?
Yes, I thought she was resting in peace, just like we left her.
Okay.
Oh man, that was so bad. The way she says, and she was resting in peace, just like we left her. It almost sounds a little sarcastic, like she's resting in peace. It's like, it doesn't sound very human. It's, I don't know, everything she says, like, but the way she says resting in peace, if you guys go back and listen, it just is leaking this kind of bizarre, like, I don't even know what to say. It's kind of creepy, but it sounds to me kind of sarcastic.
Okay. And was the subject of the discussion with Officer Hope that your mother in the future would be exhumed?
He said it had already happened.
Okay. And was that the first time you heard about it?
Yes.
And if you need to take a break, you tell me, okay?
Okay.
At any time prior to your mother being exhumed, did anybody from law enforcement ever tell you that your mother was being exhumed?
No.
Did you ever hear from your mother's family in Springville that they were going to exhume your mother from the ground?
No, nobody knew.
Okay, that was terrible. That was terrible because according to Emma, nobody knew, but we know that Chad knew. Chad knew they were going to exhume Tammy the day before because Chad got tipped from people, I think, in Utah, okay, because he knows people in the funeral industry, right? He got a tip, right? And that explains why Chad and Lori called Alex to let Alex know they were going to exhume Tammy. Okay. And that was the day before Alex died. Right. So there's a lot of crucial information that Emma doesn't know, including this fantasy that Emma has that nobody knew that Tammy was going to be exhumed. And Chad's sitting there in jail talking to her every day and never letting her know that he did know a day ahead of time. And he was all, talking to Alex and doing his own conspiracy stuff. His daughter has no idea. So I think the jury, if they can really put things together, they can see this girl is clueless, and they have all this evidence that Chad had all this information that Emma thinks that nobody had. So it makes Emma looks like a fool, and it makes Chad look like a mastermind who's very selective with the information that gets to his children. So this just looks terrible. I can't believe Pryor didn't see this.
And you were asked about how your dad seemed when your mom passed away. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did your dad ever share with you a text to Lori
No.
that was sent on less than 24 hours after your mother's passing on October 20th of 2019?
My dad didn't share text messages with me.
So would it surprise you to learn that your dad texted that he was sad, but not for the reasons everyone thought?
Well, when I
The
first,
yes or no? Or would it surprise you to learn that?
no.
So this pretty much sums up why it was a terrible mistake, I think, for Pryor to not control better the testimony and also not to control better the optics. Okay. And maybe it was a mistake to even put Emma on the stand in the first place, because here Emma is making it clear that her father doesn't share text message, doesn't give her information, even though it's all relevant, right? And basically, it looks like Emma's being groomed and controlled and very selected what she can know. And so that tells you that all the information she has, to shed light on whatever crimes have occurred, that she's not a reliable witness because she doesn't have any information. Okay. And that Chad has a ton of information that he's not giving to her. Okay. So this just looks terrible. And I don't know. I mean, I'm having a little trouble now understanding how Pryor is not a little more on top of this. But if I'm going to analyze Emma herself, I think, I'm sorry. I mean, I think she's the victim of a patriarch. Okay. And I think, she says, my father does not like dogs. But I mean, I think that's very revealing. You have a guy who's very controlling, super controlling, pathologically controlling, a guy who himself is homicidal and sadistic and dark. Okay. Who basically has his kids, he's raised his kids, at least one of his kids, to have this almost dissociative psychology with this bizarre regressive immaturity, and almost lives like in a hypnotic state. I mean, that is so pathological. That is so unfortunate, so toxic, and then to think that she's making it clear, she's admitting that her father doesn't share any information with her, I mean, crucial information about understanding this case. So I think the jury is going to be flabbergasted, if not disgusted. And, I feel sorry for Emma. I don't mean to put her down, but I mean, she's an adult. She's an adult, and she's very close to a lot of murder, And so I'm sorry. I mean, I'm sorry people have to be born into these kind of families, but that's where Emma finds herself. And I wish the best for her, but she's going to have to, I don't even want to say, because maybe she can't handle it. But the bottom line is the jury, I think, can see this. And the jury can see that Emma is not a reliable witness because Chad has her under so much control, and that Chad has all this information that he doesn't share with his children. So, this is just amazing. Anyway, appreciate your patience, and thanks for watching.
I'm back. So it seemed like that was longer, but maybe it wasn't. I think I skipped around, but it doesn't matter. Is to let you know that we forget sometimes, because like I said, maybe it's just me. I can't keep up with all the moving pieces. And when, about what happened first and who knew what first, and man, it's a lot to keep up with. And that's why I don't even understand how y'all can keep up with a bunch of different of the true crime things at once, because I get dang lost in it. Let me see, here we are. Get this back over here. We don't want to miss anything. We don't want to miss nothing. So we got to be ready for when they go. So according to Nate and everybody else that's reported on Twitter, we should be ready to go back to court in about 23 minutes. Did that help y'all? Did that make you feel any kind of better seeing that little video from that psychologist guy? I hope it made you feel better, because somehow, who was that? Let's see, that the video that we just saw was the name of the channel is called PO Questions, and that was personality disorder questions. People with personality disorders. And this guy it's just somebody the algorithm put there. And when I listen to it, because I try to listen to a lot of different people, what they have, what they have to say about it and what their perspective is, because I don't think you can. Yeah, Rabbit, it is huge. What you're saying is that you want me to play that again? Damn it, I just lost it, but okay. I just closed that window too. Okay, I'm going to find where John Pryor calls him a murderer. they've spent more time with this little thing up here today than we've had in a while.
In your mind, that should be drawn from this is that the cause of death of Tammy Daybell would be undetermined.
Yes, in my opinion, it should be undetermined.
Judge, I have no other questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
And Judge, I would ask for a recross.
I don't think any door was open there, Ms. Blake, so I'll deny the request.
It's one possible cause when there's no anatomical.
And what are the other ways that asphyxiation can be caused or occur?
Well, again, investigative report from the office of the medical examiner stated, yes, and the coroner's office will still have investigators.
What?
As far as not leaving any signs or not having anything, a seizure can cause a death without leaving any signs. A cardiac arrhythmia can also cause death without leaving any signs. Asphyxia is one thing that can cause it. Drugs that weren't detected.
Okay. Now, in this particular, the forensic report of Dr. Kathy Raven, I'd move for admission of 135.
I can take that up. I'll prefer to get that admitted once we have the witness on the stand.
Okay. You can hang on.
Of your, and I think Tammy Daybell is unspecified or
base it off scientific evidence, what we have in front of us, the autopsy. Either we have a cause of death or we don't.
I think this is it.
I have no further questions.
All right. Redirect Mr. Pryor.
Dr. Raven, Ms. Blake went over a litany of other reports and statements from other witnesses, a variety of other documents. When a forensic pathologist is examining a variety of other documents that are not related to the medical reports and the scientific evidence, is that an example of confirmation bias?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Is that an example of confirmation bias when you take into account all of these other reports, documents, statements of people who are not present at the murder?
So
there it was. There it was. You need to play it again? Because it is the biggest thing on the internet is that Pryor, I hope the jury caught that, is that Pryor even thinks that Tammy was murdered. So let's go back and listen again.
I have no further questions.
All right. Redirect Mr. Pryor.
Dr. Raven, Ms. Blake went over a litany of other reports and statements from other witnesses.
Y'all, this time when they're, whenever we listen to it, I want y'all to pay close attention and watch the prosecution when Pryor gets to the part where he calls Tammy's death a murder. So hang on, let's go.
This is a variety of other documents. When a forensic pathologist is examining a variety of other documents that are not related to the medical reports and the scientific evidence, is that an example of confirmation bias?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Is that an example of confirmation bias when you take into account all of these other reports, documents, statements of people who are not present at the murder?
So, and it's a difficult question. We don't honestly look at all those reports on any case really I've ever heard of such an exhaustive list, because we don't have those reports available to us. Maybe over a 2-year period we would have them. I don't know. You could suffocate them by putting an object.
I have no further questions.
All right. Redirect Mr. Pryor.
Dr. Raven, Ms. Blake went over a litany of other reports and statements from other witnesses, a variety of other documents. When a forensic pathologist is examining a variety of other documents that are not related to the medical reports and the scientific evidence, is that an example of confirmation bias?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Is that an example of confirmation bias when you take into account all of these other reports, documents, statements of people who are not present at the murder?
So, and it's a difficult question. We don't honestly look at all those reports.
So if you were looking, Miss Beatty, her head came straight up. That's the blonde prosecutor. Whenever he said murder, she sat up straight. And right now, if you look at this, the shot of them, you'll see that that they're talking to one another right now about it. Let's see if we can go back to it.
If I may have just a moment.
You may.
I have no further questions.
All right. Redirect Mr. Pryor.
Dr. Raven, Ms. Blake went over a litany of other reports and statements from other witnesses, a variety of other documents. When a forensic pathologist is examining a variety of other documents that are not related to the medical reports and the scientific evidence, is that an example of confirmation bias?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Is that an example of confirmation bias when you take into account all of these other reports, documents, statements of people who are not present at the murder?
So, and it's a difficult question. We don't.
This time while we watch it, let's all look at Chad's face and see if he gets a reaction from the word murder. Okay? This time when we watch it, we're all going to look at Chad's face.
I have no further questions.
All right. Redirect Mr. Pryor.
Dr. Raven, Ms. Blake went over a litany of other reports and statements from other witnesses, a variety of other documents. When a forensic pathologist is examining a variety of other documents that are not related to the medical reports and the scientific evidence, is that an example of confirmation bias?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Is that an example of confirmation bias when you take into account all of these other reports, documents, statements of people who are not present at the murder?
So, and it's a difficult question. We don't honestly look at all those.
I'm just going to say, that Chad had no look on his face, which means that he didn't catch it either. And Chad was not surprised to hear that Tammy was murdered. If Chad was surprised to hear that sentence about Tammy being murdered, we would have saw that look on his face, but he didn't even notice because he knows very well she was murdered. He wasn't surprised to hear Tammy was murdered come out of Pryor's mouth. Oh my gosh. So that means we got about I have 12 more minutes till we come back to court, till they'll be back in the courtroom. So I hope they're finishing up their victuals and all of their things and getting ready to go back to the courtroom. So I don't know if he's going to try to close it on out today. I don't know. Some had mentioned he's got a bunch of people that, I mean, specifically, he was mentioned those people Nate did in his opening, but he didn't mention Mr. I forgot he had two first names, Forrest something or another, or whatever. The man had two first names. He was a Garth's lawyer appointed by the court who didn't know anything, and I don't know why they called him. Of course, he'd probably make a, if you're a witness, you get paid by the court. So I got a subpoena one time, and the subpoena came with the check, and I was like, what have I got this check? I felt like it was a trick. I didn't even deposit it for the longest time because I thought, why are they giving me a check? That seems wrong, but it's not wrong. They give you a check for your time and for your mileage. because you're helping justice. You're working for the system. So, Nate, I'm trying to see what everybody else is saying during their break. Yeah. I don't know what's going to happen. Golly bum, they've got me cross-eyed today. Waiting on them to come back, and I'm going to read comments. I may have something besides a comment here. I want everybody to pray for the young people. So many young people are having a hard time right now with mental health and how expensive everything is and how hard it is to make good in this world today. And I think every one of them needs our support and prayers today. So I just want to call that out. Everybody who pray for our young people. Hippie Gypsy says, I wonder if he's trying to have a mistrial or an appeal. He probably is trying to. Just kidding, says Squeaky Will. She probably like that. I don't know what. I didn't go far enough back to know what Squeaky Will says. Prior also. Oh my gosh. I'm going to have to go back for listen for that, Squeaky Will. Squeaky Will says at one point yesterday, Pryor called Emma Miss Vallow. Oh my God, that just... And she didn't correct him. Hollywood Jada says Pryor got the whole load. Prose has 4 attorneys and spent unwisely, according to the judge, and Pryor is running on empty. Well, I hate that for him. And you know what? Chad could have a team. He could have a team, but he didn't want to. He wanted to hire a smart ass over there. Pryor, that's who he wanted. He managed to make his wife indigent, where she had to have a team, so he could have done that too. He was way too busy trying to have his cake and eat it too. That's been his whole thing. That's the whole thing with having his wife die naturally, where he could go off with his hussy. He wants his cake and eat it too on a regular basis. Cake is over. He should never get no more cake. Hippie Gypsy says he's trying to give him a mistrial or appeal. Rabbit says, oh yeah, Ingrid Beatty got the big eyes. She did. Ingrid Beatty goes, what? What? That was a murder. He said, murder, you say? Just kidding, said, it does seem like it. I mean, it's a big deal, but it doesn't make any difference, I'm sure, according to the jury. R.L. Lamb says, wow. Grandma Snark says, yes, Squeaky Will. Wendy Bastings says, boom. Welcome, Wendy Bastings. I'm glad you're here. Squeaky Will says, you can expect Lindsay to save the murder comment by Pryor for her closing arguments. I hope so. Mohawk Mom, still best reaction I have seen was one witness told Pryor, you should know you own it. Yep, Mohawk Mom. Yep, he was kind of, he was talking. He probably, because he didn't want to be involved in that crap. Mohawk Mom says still bit. Oh, yeah, I just read that. Okay. Julie Coe, not Julie Rowe. All the other people who were present at the murder, who weren't, yeah. Carolyn A. Chad won't be surprised because he knows it was a murder. He didn't act surprised. I mean, if I really thought that that somebody died, it wasn't a murder. When I heard my defender, who that's what Pryor is, his defender, call it a murder. He's going to say, oh, that was generic. That I wasn't talking about Tammy. I was just talking about the general. I want to choke him down. I'm sorry. I'm not violent. I'm going to have to get out and do some kickboxing exercises to get over this. Carolina Hurtado says, I saw all their faces, Donna Donald, and they all caught it. The look on Beatty's face says it all. Also, with all the others. Yep. But I didn't see any change in expression on Chad when we watched for him. I'll watch it again, but I think we didn't see anything. A noisy murder. Did Tammy fight back? I don't know. I mean, I've heard some people say maybe he did kill him up in the cozy cone to keep, because they thought it was more soundproof. But how'd he get her up there? I don't know. We'll never know because Garth ain't telling nobody. Rabbit says the judge didn't notice it or rack. Neither did Chad. Mohawk Mom says Chad seems to shrink a bit. Angela Davison, who's posting from Facebook, and y'all can't see her wonderful comments, but I can, says, yep, agreed. Thank you, Angela Davison, for holding down the Facebook over there, and feel free to give them any comments extra you want to. Squeaky Wheel says, typical Chad, no reaction, non-responsive to anything. You'd think that he would have, if he didn't murder somebody and somebody said it was a murder, he would have got up for that. Liza Joe says, considering the small child had broken fingers. Oh. I was thinking about that. Whenever they were talking about Tammy, who didn't stomp her fingers. I figure he did have more compassion and love for Tammy than he did for Tylee or JJ. Thus, they're in the field. Tammy at least got a casket. Chad is awful. Just awful. I'm sorry, y'all. I lost it there for a minute. Liza Joe, yes, ma'am. That small child's fingers made me lose it. Hippie Gypsy says he's always a smartass, but not a dumbass. Now he's making too many mistakes. Yep. I think he's wore out with it himself. I think John Pryor is over it too. I think he's just like, it seemed like he wanted to give up. Zero. The judge knows the law better than the back of his hand, and the pathologist lied about the law. Which pathologist, Zero, are you talking about? JoJo says, reminder, please hit the like button. Please hit the like button. I'm going to keep on saying that until I see that like button flip. I'm going to keep on saying that until I see that like button flip. I'm going to keep saying, hit the like button until I see some more liking. Y'all better hit it. KJ in the races, Eric, yes, those smooth hands will be highly coveted. Yes, I'm sure his backside will be. Oh, my God, KJ. Well, that's what's left for him. That's what is left for Chad, for his life. Those coveted soft hands. And his tight butt, which is probably tighter by now through all this shit. They should be coming back anytime. So I'm going to see if Nate is saying anything. Now, sometimes Nate will say they're back in the courtroom. But it's been an hour, so they should be soon. So nothing's going down yet. Waiting for the witness. I damn hope that witness better show up by this time. That don't reflect well on him. Nobody has posted anything, so they must not be back in there yet. Let's see what we're posting. We got better comments than them on the Twickipator. Eric Jasper leads a prayer. Lord, please guide the minds of our most precious and keep them filled with love and support. Amen. Thank you. KJ in the racist chat is going to grow out his hair and tighten his abs, but he ain't getting a tan in prison. Cassie Jernigan, welcome. I'm glad you're here. Cassie wants to know, is it possible to get a mistrial for calling it a murder? I don't think so. Trevor Lysick says prior messed up. He did several times. Justice Jane said the jury gets peanuts. I know they get peanuts. Yeah, they do get peanuts. I want to say that juror that Nate interviewed said that they did get, they got a couple of different checks. And it was maybe $300 or $400. I don't know how much it was. But the point of it is that certainly nobody would want to sign up for that money. But it's good if they can give them that little money back, because they've made a lot of sacrifices to stay down there. I'm going to eat lunch whenever we come back from lunch. My mother has prepared something in there. I took a peek earlier. How many of y'all would like for y'all's mama to fix y'all some lunch today? It's a wonderful thing. I'm so thankful. Yes, I'm thankful that I'm going to get to eat my mama's lunch, but I'm thankful that she can do it. It makes her feel so good to be able to do things. Just Kidding says, I think that Garf's lawyer was to clarify that he was not charged with pure perjury. Maybe that is why he called him in. But as far as he didn't know, he was never charged with it anyways. I mean, that could be just made up in Garf's mind. They all sound paranoid. Why, he kept coming back by my house. I'm just going to say, if there was a murder a couple of streets over not too long ago, and it was gang related. Well, I live a couple of streets over, and I had cops up and down my street all day long, all over town. Yes, if you got some people ending up dead on your place over there, people are going to be driving by. The police going to be driving by. Onlookers going to be driving by. If you don't like people driving by your place, don't be killing people and burying them over there. Really. So, I never seen such an ungrateful people. I would never want to be the law enforcement. Joe Murray clearly does not have a profession for anybody to speak of. Says that being a law enforcement officer would be the last job he would want. Well, you go on and help with the potato harvest in a borrowed truck then, feller. They really make themselves seem ignorant and stupid. My mom's finished her lunch and she's headed back to her room to catch up on crime. She's got 2 or 3 cases going, and I'm like, I can't keep up with it in my brain. I start getting the characters intermingled and their plots intermingled and the victims intermingled and the victims' relatives intermingled. I can't even do it. I'm just like, when I try to step out past this, well, I'm going to say Tim Ballard, Jody, Ruby, I've been able to absorb that, but these other people, my mother's watching something about a policeman's girlfriend, and I don't even know what all one she's got going on. I have not followed it. In between the time these kids were murdered and were getting to their trial, Murdoch killed his whole family, done had a whole trial and everything over with. Okay, here we go.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, I believe we're ready to have the jurors brought back in, and then we can go on the record. All right, please. All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, we'll take just a moment to make sure our tech's working here on the live stream, please. Okay, we are back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We've returned from the lunch recess we scheduled early today. Mr. Pryor, I believe you've got another witness here ready to call. Is that correct? You may. So the defense continues with its case in chief, and once you are ready, Mr. Pryor, you can name and call your next witness, please.
Judge of the defense called Asmir Karerik.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. All right, before we get started with direct examination, I just want to inquire of the witness. First, is there a title you go by, investigator or officer, agent, et cetera?
Investigator's fine, Your Honor.
Investigator, all right. Investigator, is it Karerik?
Karadic.
Karadic. Have you observed any of this trial since it began either on the live stream or here in person at all?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Have you talked to anyone else about testimony they've given in trial?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for answering those questions. You may go ahead and start your direct, Mr. Pryor.
Investigator, would you state your name and spell your last name for the record for me, please?
Asmir Karadic, Kararic.
All right. Investigator, how are you employed?
I am working right now for Idaho Attorney General's
office as an investigator.
In June of approximately 2020, were you employed in the same capacity?
Yes, sir.
At what time were you asked to participate in an investigation regarding Tammy Daybell?
I believe I was assigned this case on April 10th of 2020.
Okay, and on April 10th, was there a ending date for that investigation or your participation?
Our office ended this investigation, I believe, in February of next year.
So at some point, you were asked to participate in an investigation, and then in February, you were asked to cease that investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
At some point, did you come to some conclusion regarding the investigation? Or was there some other reason for the ceasing of the investigation?
I was asked by my chief to end the investigation because the Fremont County Prosecutor's Office wanted the case back.
Okay, and originally they handed the case to your office, is that correct?
Correct, for prosecution.
And then at some point, they elected to ask that the case be returned to them, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As part of your investigation, did you engage in an interview with a person by the name of Melanie Gibb?
Yes, I did.
And can you recall the date or dates that you interviewed Miss Gibb?
That was August 5th of 2020.
And as part of that investigation, was that recorded?
Yes, it was.
Was it your normal policy to record interviews of witnesses?
Yes, sir.
And that's generally a good practice, would you agree?
Yes.
To ensure that you get an accurate reflection of what was discussed during the interview, correct?
Correct.
I want to go back, if you can recall, the amount of time you spent during the interview.
The interview was 3 hours, 38 minutes, and I forget the seconds. It's about 182-page report.
Would that be a considerable interview?
Yes.
More so than on the average?
Yes.
Would it tend to be on the large end of an interview?
Yes.
And can you explain to me why the interview took so long?
Well, we had a lot to discuss. I had a lot of questions that I wanted to know from Ms. Gibb. Wanted to know how she was aware of anything in this case, if she knew Lori, Vallow, Chad, and their beliefs.
Okay. At any time, did you start asking questions about her personal beliefs?
Well, I clarified some things with her because she said a lot of things that I did not really understand. I didn't understand what she was talking about. But yeah, it did lead to that.
And part of the questioning about that was she was expressing her opinion about her personal beliefs and on topics that you didn't quite even understand what she was talking about?
There was a lot that I didn't understand, so I would have her clarify, but it was on a topic of her personal beliefs.
Okay, it was or was not?
It seemed to be.
Okay, and can you recall what some of the topics that she discussed with you that were part of her personal beliefs that you did not understand?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to relevance as to Ms. Gibb's personal beliefs.
Overruled.
You may answer.
Some of the things that she was talking about is, I call it the scale, the light or dark. She gave me the impression that she can maybe was able to determine if a person was either light or dark.
Is that something that she advised you of?
She kind of hinted at it.
Okay. And there were other options. She talked about her personal understanding of casting.
She did talk about that.
Okay. She talked about her personal understanding of being able to use vibrations as a means of healing or something to that effect.
Something to that effect. Yes.
And these were visions, excuse me. These were topics that she, in your opinion, she expressed that she had a true belief in. Is that correct?
During the interview, I believe that she believed in that.
Okay. Now, just to reiterate, this was on August 5th of 2020. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it was more than a year after the allegations relating to the start of the case with Mr. Daybell and others. Is that correct?
Your Honor, I would object. I believe that misstates the evidence.
Okay.
Sustained.
Now, at the end of this, and would it be fair to say that this was sort of a teaching to you of her religious theories and beliefs?
For me, it was, since I didn't really understand it, it felt like she was educating me a lot about her beliefs.
Okay. Okay. And she didn't say where she got these beliefs from, did she?
No,
Okay. She never told you that Chad Daybell taught her about all of these beliefs, did she?
she did talk in the interview that she heard from Chad and Lori some of the same things that she was mentioning.
Okay. But at no time did she tell you that it was Chad Daybell who taught you about all of these unusual, or I'm sorry, Judge, all of these beliefs that she discussed with you?
Not specifically.
Okay. At some point, the interview ended. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then at some point, there was a further discussion that was off the tape, correct?
Correct.
And in all respect to you, officer, you contacted me and told me about that openly, did you not?
I did.
You discussed with me that upon review and being received a subpoena from my office, you discovered that there was a portion of that interview that was not properly recorded, correct?
Correct.
You didn't anticipate that Ms. Gibb would continue to talk to you after the recording was pushed off, did you?
Correct.
Okay, and what was the topic of that discussion?
After the interview was done, it was more because I was curious. Her talking about the scale of light and dark discussion. I believe she mentioned that I was nice, that I was a good person. And so I just asked the question, what did she believe on the scale? Where would she rate me?
And did she respond to you?
She did.
What did she say?
She stated that I was on the light side, that I was so light that I was given this light aura.
And was that something that she made it? She didn't tell you that was Chad Daybell told her how to do that, did she?
No, she did not.
She did that on her own initiative, is that right?
Objection misstates the evidence.
World.
I have nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
All right. All right, Ms. Beatty, when you're ready, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. During your interview with Melanie Gibb, did she ever tell you that she created this belief system that Lori and Chad also adhered to?
No, she did not.
In fact, did she not tell you that she met Chad through Lori and that she was a follower of some of their teachings?
Yes.
Didn't she tell you that Chad would tell Lori about these ideas and that Lori would then convey them to her?
Yes.
So isn't it fair to say that many of these ideas, whether or not Melanie Gibb adhered to them, did in fact come from Chad Daybell?
Judge, objection, speculation.
Your Honor, it goes straight to,
It's overruled, Ms. Beatty.
you may answer.
Yes, I believe so.
No.
Okay. Includes cross, any redirect, Mr. Pryor?
No, Judge, this witness may be excused from the defense. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you for coming in and testifying. I don't believe he'll remain under any subpoena, will he,
No, Judge, not from my office.
in the state?
He's released by the state.
Okay, thank you for appearing. Thank you, Your Honor. You may call your next witness, Mr. Pryor.
Judge, may I approach again to the podium?
Yes.
We would call Rick Schmidt.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Okay, before we begin with testimony again, I'll ask this witness as well. Do you have a particular title you go by? Agent, officer, et cetera?
Rick Schmidt.
Okay. Mr. Schmidt, then I do want to inquire, have you been observing in any way any of the trial testimony that's taken place since this case started?
I
Or
did
five.
the,
This was the issue that was brought up on the sidebar earlier.
Oh, okay. And counsel, could we have a brief, quick second sidebar on that? All right, counsel, thank you for the reminder. We are going to have the jurors just quickly line up and wait out in the hallway for a moment while we take up a brief matter outside your presence, and then we'll have you return right back in for additional testimony here.
all right, please.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, counsel, we had the jurors excused for a moment. In a sidebar, I was notified there may have been an issue with some inadvertent exposure to trial testimony by this witness. We thought it was something that would best taken up outside the jurors' presence. I believe the state identified the issue, and perhaps we could just have a quick question of the witness on this, or I'll just, based on the proffer, I guess, pose the question. Mr. Schmidt, it was advised to the court that you may have overheard some trial testimony of a previous witness. Is that correct?
Yes,
And what was it that you recall hearing that was testified to in the case?
it was by Ron Arnold. He said, when Mr. Pryor asked him a question, he said, I don't know, you own the property, you tell me.
And how was it that you came about hearing that?
I was playing on a device when I came home from work that my wife was watching, and
Okay, and beyond that, did you listen to or hear any other trial testimony?
no.
Okay, and certainly I understand those things can happen. I want to make clear, I'm not saying you've done anything wrong here, other than we need to get the issue out on the record before you testify. So knowing that that comment was overheard, does the defense, I'll start with you, Mr. Pryor, do you have any questions for him in regards to what he may have heard on that?
No, none whatsoever.
All right, does the state have any questions for the witness before we move on to that?
No.
Okay, we'll go ahead and have the jurors brought back in. I just wanted to not bring that fact up again in front of the jurors since they were instructed to disregard it previously. So the jurors can return and you can just start on with your direct at that time. Thank you, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Here's offer the counter for you.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to commence with direct, you may.
Good afternoon, Mr. Schmidt.
Hi.
At some point, you were referred to as Officer Schmidt. Is that right?
Yes.
That was in June of 2019, 2020.
Yes.
And which department were you with, sir?
The Rexburg Police Department.
Okay. At some point, you were assigned a task to participate in some sort of excavation or shovel work on June 9th of 2020 on the Daybell property. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall testifying in a previous proceeding last April of 2023 and being asked questions about boundaries and your role in that task that you were tasked with?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall being asked about whether or not there were any boundaries given at that point when you were testifying last April of 2023?
Yes.
Do you recall what your response was?
I said there was no boundaries.
Okay. And then you were asked a question about whether or not they said, here's a shovel, go out there and find some stuff. Do you recall being asked about that as well?
Yes.
Do you recall what your response was?
Yes.
What was your response?
Something the fact that something like that.
Okay. Would it help to refresh your recollection if I showed you something?
Yes.
Judge, may I have the could I have the deputy provide the officer with a transcript of his testimony? And
Yes, you may.
where the asterisk is there. Just have him read it, just the first line and the answer.
All right, so this is being proffered to refresh his recollection. Is that
Yes,
correct?
Judge. And officer, after you read it, then the deputy will run it back to me. He'll show you where he wants you to read. Now, officer, in that hearing back in April of 2023, you were asked just, hey, here's a shovel, go out there and find some stuff. Do you recall being asked that?
Yes.
And what was your response?
Pretty much.
Is it possible your response was yes?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Pretty much.
Oh,
Pretty much was in there too.
okay. Pretty much was in there as well. Judge, I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Cross from the state.
Good afternoon, Mr. Schmidt.
Hi.
Do you still have that transcript up with you?
No.
You were asked about the morning or the events that took place on Chad Daybell's residence on June 9th, 2020, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked about some answers you gave in a prior evidentiary hearing.
Yes.
Judge, could we have a sidebar?
Yes. All right, thank you. The court, in a sidebar there, just discussed with counsel some terminology in the questioning. There was a reference to a term evidentiary hearing made in the cross-examination. The court would instruct the jurors to disregard that term evidentiary hearing and just have a reference that a hearing took place. So, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to continue with your cross, you may.
Thank you. Mr. Schmidt, you were asked about your involvement on June 9th, 2020.
Yes,
And where were you that day?
on Chad Daybell's property.
Right. And you were asked about a couple of specific questions you were asked last year.
Yes.
Let's talk about that real quick. You were asked about boundaries.
Yes.
Do you recall what that question was in regards to?
No.
Okay. Would it refresh your memory to see a transcript of what you testified to last year?
Yes. Okay.
And if you can put that down, thank you. Do you recall, in relation to what were you asked about boundaries?
In the search, a grid search.
All right. And do you recall what specific area you were searching or that you were asked about searching in regards to those boundaries?
Yes, the fire pit and the pet cemetery areas.
As you sit there today, do you recall there being any type of grid or boundary at those areas when you were searching?
I don't, just right inside the fire pit and then the pet cemetery area. No specific boundaries in relation to those areas.
All right. Do you recall seeing any type of grid placed on the ground?
I don't remember that.
You were also asked about something to the effect of being handed a shovel and walking around.
Yes.
When you first arrived at Mr. Daybell's property, what was the first thing you did?
I don't recall the first thing that I did.
Okay. At any point, did you have a shovel
Yes.
and walk around the property?
Yes.
And was that something you were instructed to do?
Yes.
Do you recall who instructed you to do it?
I believe it was Steve Daniels.
And do you recall who Steve Daniels is?
He's FBI. He's with the forensic. I think he was in charge of the scene that day.
So in fact, weren't you told before the search really got going in any specific areas to look around the property and see if you saw anything irregular?
Judge, objection goes beyond the scope of direct.
Overruled.
Yes.
And were you with anyone else when you did that?
Yes.
Who were you with? Do you remember?
I remember Colin Erickson from the police department and Travis. I can't remember his last name, but he was FBI. And we were instructed to walk around the field and look for soft spots or different areas that looked different.
If I may have one moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right.
Judge, there will be no further questions from the defense.
Very well. That'll conclude your testimony then, Mr. Schmidt. Was either side intending to have him held under subpoena until the trial's done?
Not from the defense, Judge. Thank you.
Not from the state.
Okay. Then you're released from the subpoena. Thank you for coming in and testifying today. You're welcome. All right, Mr. Pryor, as I understand it, based on discussions we've had, the defense is not prepared with another witness this afternoon. Is that correct?
Judge, because of the travel, some of my experts will not be available until 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Okay, well, if that's where we stand, then we're going to need to go ahead and recess for the day. We'll continue from the court side of things, working on other administrative issues as we get towards the conclusion of this trial. I do want to let the jury know we're certainly mindful of your time and doing our best to get productive days in for you, to not extend things out unnecessarily. In a trial of this length, it can be difficult given the timing of scheduling things months and months in advance. So we're doing our best here, but we are going to go ahead and recess for the day, and we'll continue again in the morning then with another defense witness at 8:30. Thank you for your attentiveness today. As you break for the day, please follow the continuing instruction of the court to not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please don't do anything to investigate the case or follow any media that you see on the case. And we will see you here tomorrow morning for additional evidence, and we will be in recess.
All right, please.
All right, thanks everyone in attendance today for complying with the courtroom conduct order, and we'll be in recess. Folks, please grab all of your belongings as you head out.
Wow, an early day. What does that mean? Oh my God. A lot of people are saying that Chad is just doing this to drag things out, to slow things down. I hope that the jury does appreciate this day off and enjoy it. Yeah, it's 1 p.m. there. I may get out there and mow some grass myself in this unexpected time of thing. I don't know if he's going to call Gibb and Warwick. I mean, he did save them to call him back, but I don't know if he will. Maybe that's the people who are coming from out of town. I don't know who all's supposed to be coming from out of town. He said his experts were coming from out of town, but I don't know whether that's so. Pryor said it does not make it true at all. Okay, yeah. Precious said she's still reeling from yesterday's testimony that we got OUR and Tim Ballard out of it. I know. I've lost my mind about it too. And I wanted to ask you, Cresha. I heard a new name that I had not heard before. And because I was watching Nuance Ho and Cults to Consciousness talk about Tim Ballard, and somebody in the chat asked Nuance Ho, had she heard of a person by the name of Paul Smith? So what did I do? I looked up Paul Smith. And it turns out that Paul Smith is talking the same stuff. I mean, I'm going to go, I've just did it and saw, oh yeah, same thing. I haven't listened to any of his stuff. And I was going to ask you, Crash, if you had heard that name before, because like I said, every time I think, oh, Krisha, have you heard of this? I find out that Krisha already knew about it. So, yeah, they're getting out early today. Emma had nothing to say about JJ and Tylee. No, she did not. Joe Murray and Tim Ballard. Oh, you are they preaching the same bullshit? Yes. And I'm sure Joe Murray wanted to go and get his tough person on. Okay, difficult research. Paul Smith, never heard him. Well, we're going to look him up. Just kidding says, oh, Donna, I saw that. Good catch. Yeah, I did. I heard that name and I was like, man, I'm going to go find out who this guy is. But immediately, Nuance Ho had not heard of him either. So, and Nuance Ho said that the more she learns, the scarier she gets. That's, that she knows some things that she would not dare say out loud to other people. What are my feelings about today's testimonies? Difficult research wants to know. Well, I think that I don't know why they even called the neighbor lady. I don't know what they were trying to get out of the neighbor lady. Why aren't they back from lunch? Sugar but Starbucks, these crazy people done broke from lunch, talked a little bit to a witness, and decided to go home for the day. Court is over for today's Sugar but Starburst. They're not going to come back till 8:30 in the morning. Can you believe that? Because the witnesses didn't show up yet. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know why they called the neighbor. I don't know. I'd have to go back over it and be reminded. But Joe Murray just makes me sick. I think that the way that he was like insulted because the police kept driving by a place where they had dug up children, and the prosecutor kept saying, well, don't you think that's a reasonable thing for them to keep like observance of the place and see if, maybe somebody's going to go back over there and dig somebody up or move something around? And he said, no, I didn't see any need in it. No, I didn't see any need in it. I mean, the jury has got to, reasonable minds. Rachel Carter, Tim is a libertarian also. It's a political classification, good or bad, or a mixed bag. I don't know. I sometimes think that it doesn't have anything to do with the political leaning or the religion or anything. They're just this evil person this evil stuff. I don't know which comes first, the chicken or the egg, but they infiltrate these places because it's easy and comfortable for them to commit their crimes and perpetrate these things against children and get defended for it because of the way people are about religion. Bewitched says it proves that he doesn't give a crap about the victims. I agree with that. Their choice of renting the home connected to 3 murders. I hope keep it visiting. What I want to know, Ramahedral, is why are they so attached to that shoddy little piece of land and those shoddy little buildings on it for that purpose? Why are they so attached to it? Are they hiding something, or do they really believe people are going to put tents around it and use that water out of that little ditch that the culvert is in? What exactly are they doing? I'm not sure they'd know if you ask them. Just kidding says, well, I know if Emma or Garv showed up on staff at my kid's school, I would raise hell. Yeah. I don't think teaching, they'll have to get probably private jobs private education jobs. I would think that it would affect them, their ability to get a job. Angela Concoli says, it's 2012 here in Edinburgh. I wish they would get on with it and stop drawing this all out. Yep. So Size Jewel said, mixed bag. Ravina Denver says it's another box to sort themselves into. Another box to sort themselves into. Because their first box was not small enough, they got to narrow down their box a little more. Bewitched says there's something wrong with these crazy people. Yep. Butterfly 23W says crash shot. Heart. Eliza Joe, zombie slayers. Oh my God. That sounds like that would be a nice thing, don't it? Zombie slayers. Ugh. Squeaky Wheel says, what's the point behind this last ex-cop? I think he was, I don't know, but I feel like that ex-cop was kind of a cranky cop anyway, and kind of a sneaky guy. Maybe he was friends with Chad, and he was sneaking around, trying to like, that was his end where he got information or whatever. I didn't see no grid, he said. Oh my God. Yes, I guess they did not have that last policeman, Mr. Schlitz or Schlutz or whoever he was. He didn't get to go into the meeting where they showed the grid. He was just told to dig over here and walk around over there. And so he thinks it was Harry Carey just because he doesn't know what everybody else in the whole place was doing. No. In a big operation like that, you might not know what everybody else is doing, and you might not know why you're there. So don't be talking about they handed you a shovel. Just go dig. So rude. So rude. Heidi's Mind said people don't realize the massive web this weaves. It's not just groups with the Mormons' faith either. No, it's not. Difficult Research says, right, Donald. It's so green when it comes from the political status. I'm better off asking than assuming. You know what? I don't even know either. And and I hope that I was thinking about this the other day. You have, our group is 10,000 strong, and there's bound to be a lot of different religions, a lot of different political leanings, a lot of different preferences in what kind of food you eat, what kind of house you live in, how much money you got. It's a lot of differences, but this 10K people came together to support the difficult research that it takes to bring justice for Tylee and JJ, Charles, and Tammy. Now, what the heck? I don't know what that was about. But, and that's why we're here. And, so, yeah, I mean, K-Tech says the jury has to see these family members of Chad seem to have a chip on their shoulder, or at least they appear very much brainwashed. Yes, they do. Robotic. And people do it for free, but they got money too. Why did your daddy give you that $8,000? Well, why did he give it to him? Was he trying to hide it from the government? Was he, what was the deal? I know one thing, if my daddy was still alive and he had gave each one of us $8,000 and the police was picking up, something would be up and I would know about it, and I wouldn't think, well, gosh, people are sure picking on my sweet daddy. There's just no reason for people to be driving by our house. Yes, I noticed that last. I'm changing subject so much it must kill people. Y'all don't get whiplash. But last night I saw somebody ask something in a chat that was kind of a political question. I don't now remember what it is, but it was something they wanted to have our opinion on. And we're not here to give our opinion. We're not here about stuff that outside the boundaries of this crime. We're not here to give you political advice or religious advice or who to worship or who to hang out with or who to love. None of that. That's not our deal here. And if you've got it like some kind of rules that you don't hang out with people who don't have certain kind of rules, this may not be your group. But we have a big tent here. We're wide open. We want everybody to feel welcome, and we don't want anybody to feel like that that they're not welcome. So for that reason, you probably won't hear us talk about a lot of political things. Unless they get to murdered up in our family, and then we might give them a ring around their neck too. But I was not very wise to political things because I was raised up in a very high control religion, and we did not vote. And in fact, we weren't even supposed to have an opinion about who people voted for. So when, I mean, as far back as I can remember that when I worked for a magazine, and the editor had I would say it was a W on the back of her car. It was when George Bush got elected. I didn't know George Bush was a Republican. I don't even know who ran against him. Bill Clinton's vice president. Anyway, I did not know the difference between a Republican or a Democrat. I had to go back. I mean, I love history, and I'm sure I learned the political leanings of all the presidents, when I was learning history, but I didn't pay any attention to it because it didn't matter to me. So I went back and later looked at those kinds of things. But if you haven't been raised up feeling real fervent about any of that, all that's going on now seems like a lot. That's what I got to say. So let's see. Mohawk Mom says the chopping wood in the woodshed that late at night and the Facebook and the yard work waiting for the police to arrive is all nothing but lies. And another thing, Emma said, something how her mother didn't feel like doing nothing, blah, blah, blah. Her mother went to bed so early. She said her mama gardened, took care of pets, took care of the yard. Okay, how many of y'all garden or take care of a yard or pets? I believe that would fall under the list of work, of energy used to make something happen. A lot of it too. A lot of sweat and calories and all that go into doing those things that Emma listed, and they're going to call her lazy. It's pitiful. I hope someday that she realizes how rude she was to her mama talking about her that way. So I think. Brutus, you don't get to talk now. Don't you be boofing back there. I think he's asleep boofing. Okay. Let me go back and catch some of these comments. Candy McMurdo says that's associated. They're associated with the Republican Party quite a bit, though. Libertarian is just a step away from Republican. I'm sure Idaho is probably a red state, and I'm sure Utah is a red state, and they do have leanings that way. And I sure hope we don't get no politics in this too, because I just having religion and all this other stuff in is enough. Please don't anybody running for president get involved in our story. I bet he believes the other place was haunted like Emma did. Now, somebody said that that the Prices wanted her to move, and maybe they weren't keeping their rent up. I don't know all these things, but I don't know why anybody would want to live there in any one of those little houses. I'm not trying to be uppity, but after what happens there, they don't keep it neat or anything out there. I mean, and I'm sure Emma is depressed, and she's just been spitting out babies one after another. She don't have sleep apnea. She has too many kids waking her up at night. Okay. Drainage district says, it is scary. The case has made me wonder about all these little country churches here throughout the South. I'm already leery of the big, huge churches, but why do they need all that space and money? Drainage district there? Possibly, yes. Absolutely. Some of those little churches around you are having control over their people the same way. Yes, absolutely they are. I hope they're not killing kids in your neighborhood, though. Difficult research says, K-Tech, I agree that the jury is seeing through all the evidence. Hippie Gypsy says, that's absolutely right, Krisha. You heard what Lindsay did to Pryor's expert today. I say bring them on if you dare, Pryor. It won't help the case. Rachel Carter says, difficult research. I'm not sure all of my time has 95 been here, but it's Dave Smith. I started to watch it and fell asleep the other night. Dave Smith. Okay, well, I'm going to write him down with Paul. I've got Paul Smith and Dave Smith both to look into. And also, Beach Bum sent me one. Phil Potts, somebody or another. I've got that on my list to look into. Same rhetoric. At the end of times. Go over here. I don't know about all this killing people. How does that get into it? TC says, Emma came across really poor. I think she only proved Chad's guilt. Yes. Talking about being demonized and under the control of something. Liza Joe, Mormonism teaches persecution. Complex. Jean Marie says, defense appears to be a shit show. Yes, ma'am, Jean Marie. Bo Peep says Emma and Joe are snotty and off-putting, more concerned about themselves than Tammy, JJ, or Tylee. Difficult research. It seems like the meaning Tim and associates exploit political power to victimize themselves, to victimize everyone. Yes, they do, because they've got Sean Reyes in their pocket and all that. So and clearly Tim wanted to be the dang president. TC says, I hope all the jurors are smart as the ones that came forward after Loco's trial. Yes. Just kidding, says Donna's. Emma's plans to rule from Heather's house over the tent city on that land, like Daddy said. What's she going to do with Heather? But you know, you may be right, because they were probably planning on killing Heather and her husband and taking the house. In my opinion, allegedly. Candy Mercado says, quick mark jobs, maybe. Ravina Denver says, I can't wait to see how the prosecution impeaches Emma on the jail call. I sure hope that they do that and weren't just talking. I mean, I think they probably have it, but can they get it in? You know, when you're the prosecution, Maybe they could get it in a final. I don't know how that works. Cheyenne Penna says, missed the last guy. I guess it was not important. Yeah, the last guy. Oh my God. The last guy was a Rexburg policeman who's retired. And he was kind of belligerent. He was like a belligerent cop that did not agree with what the other people said. And something about the day they went out there to find the children, that somebody just handed him a shovel and said, start digging anywhere. And he said there wasn't a plan or a grid or boundaries. Just take your shovel out there and go to digging. He was mad because he was not. Champagne of this guy was like, it's kind of a little belligerent kind of a cop guy. Like, it was like, I don't know what he does now. Hollywood Jada says, I don't understand Mad Donut. I have to go up here and see what Mad Donut said. Well, I don't know. I can't find it. Okay, Difficult says, well, thank you so much, Donna Donald, for carrying the stream today. I don't know what I'd do without you. I don't know what I'd do without you either, Crush. You have helped me too. So I'm guessing that we should tie it up. We're going to do that. We're going to thank everybody for being here. And we're here. Remember that love always wins. And that we're here for the justice for Tylee, JJ, Charles, Tammy, and Joe. And we'll see y'all in the morning or sooner if we get a notion. Good night. See you in the morning at 8:30.